Hi friends, good evening and welcome to IBM TV Spiritual Saturday. And I'm your host Ankit Khandelwal, joining you from Delhi, India. And we have our co-host Kimberly Calhoun joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. Good morning, King. Good morning to the world, and welcome to IBM TV Spiritual Saturday. And I think this would be the greeting for today. To start with,
You got it, buddy. This is our spiritual Saturday, and as our spiritual coach has informed us to do our play work, not our homework, we should be practicing.
but our coach is not well, so she won't be able to join today.
But we can still practice our play work.
Watching us live and in Anandimai's terms, I mean, we should send some good vibes to her. Maybe she'll get well soon, so maybe some good vibes for Anandimai and to the team. And
I know 2 or 3 people who are going to be very, very disappointed that she's not here today, not, including us, right?
Yeah.
And also some of the viewers who truly, truly admire her. She's so beautiful, inside and out, and it inspires me every week. I learn something from her. I do. I take it home with me to my heart, and I practice these things. You see, I come on like this. I don't think I did this, right? So I want Amandeme to know that.
I wish she could join for 10 minutes if she's available. But overall, we have a great lineup today, starting from a new show, Pharmacy of the World with Shahbaz, Mohammad Shahbaz. Right?
We haven't seen him in a while, have we?
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
After that, we have Dr. Sadhu joining us back after the COVID thing. So he joined us yesterday as well, but he's back with the talk show. And then we are talking about a cancer survivor, David Gandil. He will be joining us at around 12 noon, discussing about the cancer survivor and other things. And then we have a new show, Plant a Good Seed by Tish Oakley. That happens at 1 p.m. And in the meantime, we have a show with Zach Funk from the Front Seat on a different channel on IBM TV Music. That happens 12 noon. And in between, if Anandimai would like to join us at any point of time, she can join. And in between also, we have our sponsor, Lynn Shepard, will be joining us at around 12:45 onwards to discuss about dollar store and other things. So that's the lineup for the day. And once we wrap up, we have a chess game. We have a chess show. And the chess show and the special guest is Michael Hooper.
Oh, wow! From Walter Football.
Yes,
so, yes. Oh my gosh! I love and miss working with Michael and Walter so much. I gained so much knowledge from them, so that's very exciting. I'm glad to hear that. People don't miss.
I would like to invite. Yeah. Let's invite our guests one by one, and then we'll start talking about pharmacy.
Absolutely.
And then we'll take it from there. So we have Willie Hill. Hi, Willie. Good morning. Good evening.
Hi,
good night for Australia.
Good day, mate. Good day.
Good day. It's already tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Look at Willie. Willie.
So we start the show in Australia. Bang at 12 midnight.
Oh, okay. And you know what we need to do?
Not in Australia, only in Melbourne, because maybe Perth is still. I think in Perth is still 11th of July.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So what
probably 9, 10 p.m. there.
Okay.
And really, I think very few people know that Australia have 7 time zones. Is that true?
1, 2, 3, 4 that I know of. 4 time zones.
I have learned somewhere that they have 7 time zones.
Yeah.
Maybe they repeat a couple. No, it's interesting to live in a place that has more than, or even on one continent that has more than one time zone. But that just explains how vast our Earth is, but how we can still stay globally connected, right? But Willie, you've done some amazing things in the startup community and business community. We appreciate that you join us on Spiritual Saturdays as well. But it's good to hear from you. It sounds like that Australia is struggling still.
It is. Or the rest of Australia is open, but in Melbourne, Victoria, Melbourne CBD is in lockdown. That's metropolitan Melbourne. And talking about time zones, I was up the New South Wales coast to Queensland, and I go to church in the morning. And the guy says, no, you 1 hour late. Everybody's gone back home.
Okay.
But I said, on the time it says 7 o'clock. Yeah, but it's 8 o'clock in Queensland.
Okay.
It's 7 o'clock in.
Time zone.
That's why in India we have only one time zone, because if we have multiple time zones, people will get confused.
We not only have 3 time zones, but we change it. Like, twice a year we leap ahead an hour, and we
But Kim, a lot of our viewers from California, they ask us that you say good morning to the world, but you should say early morning to California as well, because we have our experts and guests joining us from the Silicon Valley, and there it's very early morning, and I think today they are doing some kind of concert as well. I think Jim would be aware much about it. What is that concert all about? They are doing an open concert today.
Good early morning.
Thank you very much. Yes, I have my coffee. Ankit, I don't know what concert you're referring to.
So there's a concert going on the open car concert, musical concert which already started. And that's happened in California. It's a remembrance of Randall or some musician. I don't know much about that basically, but it's going on live right now.
The other thing, we're talking about size and time zones and things like that. Well, California is a huge state. Yeah. So, and I'm always being teased on this show about being from Northern California. And because it's very true. Southern California and Northern California are very different places. And if you're on the coast, it's one thing. And if you're in the valley, it's a completely different state. So California, you have to talk about where in California you are.
Different temperatures.
Oh, yes.
My father wear a jacket in one and bathing suit in the other. So
yeah, absolutely.
On the same day.
My father came out to visit one time, and he looked at the San Francisco Chronicle's weather report, and it said 50 to 90. And he said, "What kind of weather report is that? What is what we call microclimate?"
Right?
Yeah.
You're on this side of the line is 50, and on this side of the line is 90. And it is precisely that.
And it's an hour drive between the two temperatures.
I'm familiar with a lot of people becoming very, very creative, and they're doing like drive-in venues, right? Drive-in concerts, drive-in events. Drive-in movies, I think, should come back, right? I think people are having to become creative in order to produce revenue, and also to produce that social environment that we used to have. And I will say this, I have noticed that more and more people, like if I go to the grocery store, because I'm starting to refrain from it again because we've had a spike, right. But that more and more people are just being more and more careless and casual about the situation. You'll see groups of people coming in, not wearing masks, not washing their hands, not washing the cart down when they get the cart. Because they used to have somebody, well, they still do most of the time have somebody there washing the cart, but they also have the cleaner in a thing so that if you want to just add another touch to it, you can. I mean, that's our store. I think the manager there is still OCD, which I've always loved. But I mean, I like it because you don't have falling through. Things are stacked, things are stacked right. But I've just noticed a certain lack of concern or consideration of these are habits that we have to continue. And I think that it's this lack of consideration and discipline that has created the spike. I also made a point, but nobody really commented on it. A week ago, we noticed a sharp spike. And sharp spikes generally are from something that occurred 2 weeks earlier. We know this, right? It takes about 2 weeks.
Right.
So my point is what happened 2 weeks earlier?
Election rally.
The election rally.
But Kim, there's a slight change now. There's a slight change now. And what happened is that now in India, we are getting reports within 24 hours. So if something happened day before yesterday, we know that something happened basically. And yesterday, the US tally was 71,000 and Indian tally was 26,000. New cases.
New cases.
And that's too much. And that's too much basically.
But in the U.S., our reports could still be based on the tests that we get, can still be more than 48 hours delayed. Some tests are taking several, but you have to remember some people have tested until they have a symptom, and that's still a 2-week delay. So my whole point was the election rally probably created, and all of that humbug, whether you went there or not, the protests, that we had a lot of protests going on. So I think all of that created the spike, but nobody. I
don't think there's any coincidence that there was a spike in Tulsa and then another spike in Arizona. So I do think you're onto something there. But also, we don't have the data that we can trust from some states.
No, we don't.
So whenever I see these numbers, I have a skeptical eye, and I think we're always underreporting the actual state of affairs. And I think things are, as David Cay Johnston would say, worse than you think.
Yeah, I like that. You know, I think he needs to do. He did do a book called "Worse Than You Think."
Yes, I have it. Yes.
Yeah, so,
I can.
So worse than you think. I don't know that. Oh, he was considering COVID when he wrote that.
No, it was Trump. Yeah, it was about Trump, but his favorite topic. Yes, but yeah, it applies to many things, and it applies to the pandemic. I think it's much worse than we think.
What I learned from Johnston is he's very, very smart in the fact that for marketing, anytime you mention the word Trump and you've got something on it, you receive at least 1 million hits. So he gets a lot of viewership because he and traction because of that. But anyway, we've got some guests that have been waiting, or Shabazz disappeared.
Shabazz might be some bandwidth issue, so I'm just trying to reach him because we have to talk about Pharmacy of the World show today with Shabazz. So I hope he will join back. I
appreciate being recognized as coming on early in the day, because Ankit has had a chance to read the news and I have not. So I come on to learn what's going on in California from Ankit.
Right now, I'm watching Fox right now.
Pardon me?
Fox channel is live right next
Fox
to me.
Channel. He's watching Fox channel on the other screen. And
you won't hear anything good about California on that channel.
Mainstream media, you won't hear anything honest. So this is what
So my idea is to watch a lot of channels, ABC and all those stuff, just to know what's happening around the world. Yes. It's not that I wanted to influence, but I watch a lot of ABC for Australian news as well. So as BBC and Fox and MSNBC and NBC. And nowadays the media channels, they have that Pulse News like. So there's a news in NBC Nightly News by, I forgot the name of that host basically. So that is a 20-minute crisp news of what's happened in the day in US.
Right.
So you understand what's going to happen and what's happening around, and that is something I watch just to know what's happening around.
Yes, that's very intelligent of you. I think that's very wise.
Well, it's better.
But Kim, I asked the question to the panelists and to the viewers that what one thing they would like to do post-COVID once things are normal. Right. So Sasha just mentioned about travel, and then we wrap up the show. So I think we can start with that, and till the time Sasha will also join, and I'll try to get Shabazz in as well.
We'll start with Willie, since how he's a day ahead of us.
How you doing?
Hi. What do you want to do post-COVID?
First thing you want to do on post-COVID?
Post-COVID, I'm developing a multi-sided app that would matchmake startups and investors.
Okay.
That I can
swipe left.
So Willie, that you can do right now as well. For that, do you think you have to wait for COVID for that? You can do it right now as well.
Yeah, the investor's pocket is kind of tight at the moment.
I hear that.
Hey, Willie just never stops working, does he? Post-COVID.
Post-COVID, I'm going to work. Yes.
What about you, Jim?
Well, my answer was stolen by Sasha because I do want to travel. But also one of the things that I have been sorely missing is we have regular meetings that I attend where people hug each other, and I'm hug deprived right now. I really, really would like the human contact that I have been missing sorely. And the third thing is I would love to be able to go to a chess tournament again, because we play online now. And so I get my chess fix online, but I don't get the interaction. Some of these tournaments are like high school reunions. You see
Right.
people you see only once a year, and it's just a great camaraderie. And I miss that too. And so there are many things I want to do post-COVID.
That's beautiful. I think we're all creating these bucket lists. I think more than anything, I want to develop, like Nick and I talk about, a trip where we come visit every one of you. And at each place, we host an event, whether people of the team want to travel on to the next destinations or not. But we continue doing so until we end up in India, which we get to, Ankit knows. I want to have a big wedding. I said this so often that somebody contacted me and said, "Are you getting married?"
Yeah, we're talking about weddings all the time.
I'm like, no, I just want to have a wedding. I don't care who gets married. I just want to experience a Indian wedding.
Yeah.
All I want to do.
Yeah.
Because
it's not worth getting divorced and remarried, though. But you could have a confirmation wedding, the second wedding. For you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so funny because somebody did. They contacted me. Are you getting married? Okay, so but to me, I think we're all missing the same thing. And I want to hear what Ankit, what is your post-COVID bucket list?
So bucket list, I already told you, but I had a dream that we all are sitting as an IBM people, having a cup of coffee in a big farm, something like that. But that was a dream I had where most of our IBMers were there, and I don't know which place was that, so I'm not sure about that. But one thing, what I realized that everyone wants, so they have some heavy mind right now, and everyone wants to just go out and that's what we call it. It's life beyond the world basically, and that is what vacation is all about. So everyone wants to just go for a vacation and just forget what happened and then come back to the normal life. Because I have asked this question to a lot of people, everyone just wanted to go out and just take a breath and just keep out of the world and about all those negative news, and then come back strongly again. That is what I figured it out, and I also wanted to go on a long vacation.
A long vacation, wow. And I think a long vacation is something interesting. Something, though, that I do hear in relation to that long vacation is getting back to normal, right? When I come back, this is what I'm hearing. And when we come back, things go back to normal or reset to a normal of some kind. But I also hear human contact, right? Because I think that is something that we are being deprived of, like Jim said, that we thrive on. The human race, even animals, thrive on that nurturing contact, whether it's a hug, a handshake, which a lot of countries don't do, but just something that gives you that contact feeling and presence that you're cared for, you're loved, you're admired, you're appreciated, you're accepted. Because I think more than anything, that contact makes us accepted. And those are the things we learn with Amanda Mae when she's here. And I guess maybe I'm missing her.
You broke my heart when you told me she wasn't going to be on, because I had a series of things that I wanted to talk to her about. But, I think that the medical profession needs to update their diagnostic manual and include hug deprivation as a serious mental illness.
I think it's probably somewhere listed in there, because when therapists and the psychologists work with people, these are things that they look for. They look for two things. They look for abusive nature in your environment, and they also look for things that you're deprived of, right? The two things. These are two things that have become a common problem in our society because of COVID. How can we correct them? I wish Rakesh were here, because he brings a lot of good, balanced, educated, scientific theory, but also just common sense theory of, hey, in Hong Kong, we don't have this problem.
Yes.
I wanted to ask him today, in Hong Kong, do you guys still hug each other? And, with masks, even the Japanese who wore masks, you still had that human contact of some kind, right? Hey, pat on the back, way to go, buddy. We just, I don't know. It's there. I think we're going to have to find something. I don't think, just like many viruses, everybody says we're going to all have to have this or get it. And odds are we probably will, like everything else, chicken pox, measles. But there are a lot of viruses in our lives that we've not all had. We've never found a cure for. We just have treatments, which somebody told me, well, treatments are cure. No, sometimes the treatment is you got to wade through it for 4 or 5 days with things to help calm it down. That is not a cure to me. I am sorry. A cold does not have a cure. It has a treatment.
Right.
It's very aggravating, very painful sometimes.
Well, if you get a cold and you treat it for 7 days, it's just the same as if you don't.
Right.
It still lasts a week.
The only difference is the treatment makes it maybe a little easier on some people who have other medical problems, right? Less stressful.
Symptoms, but not the cold.
Right. But so it might be less stressful on the human body for somebody who has heart conditions or things like that, because sometimes the cold and things like that can be very stressful on the human body. So yeah, I'm sorry, people. But I do believe that this virus, like all of them, is just going to be put to bed for a while, and it will keep raising its head because we will never find a cure. I mean, I had an article, and I meant to pull it up the other day when we were all on here when I got home from the my treatments, and the article was about a factory and a lab and factory in China that all they do is research and mutate the coronavirus for vaccines for animals. Majority of it being chickens, which, by the way, a lot of people don't know this. The very first coronavirus was detected in chickens, not during this pandemic, but I'm talking about way back in 1950 something. A woman found it under microscope and made a point of pointing it out. But I think because she was a woman, they didn't take her very serious. She also discovered it in a child's lungs who was very, very sick and dying. And that they determined it wasn't pneumonia, and they couldn't figure out what it was. And when they brought her the specimen on the Petri dish, she recognized it as the same virus that she found in the chickens. So it is documented in records that this has existed for a long time.
Do you think, I don't mean to be a real downer this early in the morning for me, but do you think this is the last pandemic that we will be faced with?
Absolutely not.
No.
And do I think it's the last time we're really stupid handling the pandemic? I would like to hope that we look at this and go, golly gee, let's get a pandemic team hired again.
Yeah, maybe.
But I feel like one of the people that used to come on our show, I think he was from Italy, maybe Spain. I forget where from, but he came on our show and he goes, no, Kim, are always going to go back and be just as dumb as they were before. So we won't learn from this. But yes.
Well, Kimberly, you were just speaking of the devil and he appeared.
I did, didn't I? Rakesh. I'm going to say it right. Rakesh. Terms of endearment, dear. But anyway, on Spiritual Saturday, I was just talking about how much I missed you, and your ability to define my ways of wanting to express things so much more scientifically and better. But how are you doing today?
Good.
How are you doing spiritually?
Spiritually, I'm fine. It's my mother's 90th birthday, so we just had a chat with her on Zoom.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday to
you. Thank you. And so I was very, very in a very good mood. That's why I got a bit late because we just had a Zoom talk with her and my niece who's in Madras and my sister in Mumbai with whom my mother is staying, and my other sister was in another part of Mumbai. So.
Thank goodness for Zoom. Thank goodness for Zoom.
Thank goodness.
what a beautiful, beautiful way to spend a day. And one of the things we were curious about, we had all had answered the question, what do you want to do post-COVID?
Oh, what I'd like to do is continue my teaching and sort of spread it out more. I want to, and more than anything else, I want to also do a little bit of work on the virus. I'm reading a book called The Hot Zone, you know, by some chappie about Ebola.
Oh yeah.
So I want to. This thing has sort of triggered my curiosity, and I'm going to go through that the video which I sent you about the molecular virology, and try and comprehend it better after I've read the book. So build a sort of thing, a better understanding, so that as a teacher, I know that this, as you said, this is not the last pandemic that will come around. At least I can guide people based on some facts, in what way they can deal with it. You know, I do not judge humanity too harshly, because everybody is frightened, and when you're frightened, you don't make very sensible moves. Some of the silly things that we see happening they're born of desperation, and some of them are just downright foolish. You know, I saw some of the people who wrote on your posts, and they just they're accusing you of lying, and that's just silly. You know,
they're bitter.
Who lies, as far as all that my interactions with you for the last so many days. You're not a person who lies, and if those people who obviously know you for a long time cannot see that, they're not the brightest knives in the drawer.
No, they're not, but they're not thinking clear. And a lot of this is, it's human behavior. It's my human behavior research too, because somebody asked me, why do I post these things? And sometimes I like to see how human behavior will react, because it's good study for me. And it also, people don't know this, but I use it as a means of filtering my life. So in other words, that somebody one time said, keep your friends close and your enemies understood. So now I know who would care enough about me to wear a mask or care enough about their own family. So I don't really want to associate with them. So immediately, those things will be crossed off. So people don't understand their own ignorance and their own, but I do use that as a means to understand. But if it's more to understand too, the admiration people have for our leadership, to understand where that admiration comes from. Why do they want that kind of leadership? And do they really want that kind of leadership, or is it just purely out of their own bitterness that they would shoot their own foot? So
we have a president, Kimberly, who is a pathological liar, and they think every word that comes out of his mouth is the truth,
even when it is proven he lied.
Yes.
Or my favorite is it was definitely proven in court that he stole money from a children's charitable foundation for cancer. They proved it, not without a doubt. And all he did was come back after a year and a half after the fact, pay it back. That's all he did. And people go, well, that's okay, Kim. That was a long time ago. And I'm like, that was 2.5 years ago.
You know what it is?
The kind of quality of person he is.
It's not that they don't understand that he's a liar. They just feel that he represents their interests.
But their interest.
It is not that they know he's a liar, but they feel that, and it's a pendulum. They feel that liberalism has gone to a great extreme, and it's now swinging the other way. I from what I see, some of those people, especially the guy who called you a liar, he's an intelligent man, and I think he's aptly named. I won't take his name, but I think his head is full of his first name.
Okay.
Yes. So,
We'll fill in the dots.
yeah. So, yeah. The if an intelligent person follows a person like the tortoise, then it is not because they cannot see his lies or his idiocy, but they see that whatever he stands for represents their interests.
Rakesh, there is a great deal of wisdom to what you are saying, but I also hear over and over again that he tells it like it is, which drives me crazy.
No, that is their excuse.
Like I didn't know what it was. I mean, he tells it like it is, like none of us knew that. So, Rakesh, I couldn't agree with you better. And certainly, the majority of these people who call me liar, they never produce facts. See, everything I have, I've produced a fact. And some of them come back to me and go, do you have fact to prove that or support it? And I always do that. But and I've even had where I produced a fact, and then someone produces a video of someone that is just nothing but pure opinions, that's not even an expert in the field. And they go, this is a fact. And I go, okay, whatever. So they just nothing more than prove themselves stupid.
The same photograph which I put on my post and which you reposted. My sister saw this because my wife actually sent that to my sister, and I downloaded it from that WhatsApp. I put it on my please tell Anandamai it's not my birthday, it's my mother's birthday.
That's all right. That's close enough.
If it weren't for her, you wouldn't be born.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Legendary birthday. There you go. So
True.
tell me more about your sister.
My sister, who's a PhD in biology and zoology, she thanked my wife for sending that across.
Yeah.
And China and Hong Kong these are the people with the greatest experience of this kind of virus. And if they come up with a picture like that, which my wife was kind enough to send to my sister, and then I put it on my my Facebook, for them to ask you for facts, it's funny. It's just
what I run into
the lack of respect that any Trump supporter has for any other human, and they not only have a lack of respect, they have the lack of intelligence to provide proof to support their claims. Okay?
What I run into, Kimberly, all the time is when I put up something that's in the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal or the Washington Post, they dismiss it and they put up something from Breitbart or some other website that I've never heard of that is hard right-wing nut. They're wing nut kind of websites, and then that's what they believe.
So I call them the righteous. I call them the righteous because they are always going with the lefty people, the lefty, and I go, it's better than being righteous. I would rather be a left humble than a righteous ass.
Well, Kimberly, I also think that they're accusing the left of being fascist, and it's like a complete misunderstanding of the word.
Well, they don't understand anything anyway. If you notice, everything they do, if they can't explain it, they start insulting.
Yes.
Have you not noticed that? So in other words, they have no way to support their fact or no way to support their claim. What's the next thing they do? A very low intelligent person insults people. So that's what Trump did from day one. When he could not stand up to some of the opponents who were smarter than him, when he had no facts to support any claim he had, what's the first thing he goes to?
Nicknames, something like that.
Insults. It's not even a nickname. He insults people. So and the thing is that this is I've been part of political stuff for 50 plus years, and
since you were a kid
involved, huh?
Since you were a kid, a toddler.
Well, yeah,
you've been involved in politics since then.
Right. Yeah, my parents.
A little skeptical.
But anyway,
all right, maybe 40 years.
And actually for 50, maybe 40 years.
Okay.
But anyway, the bulk of it is that never. I mean, I've seen people be opponents, right? But never as rude and aggressive. I mean, the guy finally pulled the post. I should have taken a picture of it. Some guy threatened to haul my ass out and beat it in the middle of the street.
Right.
Yes.
Kimberly,
are you serious? And the next thing you know, he removes it. Right. But I should have taken a picture of it because I know nobody's going to believe me. And maybe I can go do one of those time things. Yeah. But he did. He threatened. He goes, next time I see you, I'm gonna drag your. And he's never met me before.
Right.
He didn't even. And he's like, if I ever see you, I'm gonna drag your ass out into the middle of the street and beat it. And I'm like,
this is the level of communication discourse that we're at now.
It's the level of what our leadership has led our country into.
But this goes back before Trump. It's escalated since Trump, but this goes back well before, because we used to have cross-aisle dialogue in our political system. And I have two people that I blame: Newt Gingrich, which made it an all or none contest between. So there's no longer across the aisle kind of dialogue. It's all this way or you're the enemy. And he established that in our government. And Robert Murdoch is the other one that I think is the man to blame for the level of discourse in the United States. He's the man behind Fox News. He's the man behind all of this insult-oriented. And he put on Fox News all these beautiful blondes saying whatever he told them to say. And, so it became a popular channel. And so now they're getting one message constantly, and they're repeating it over and over and over. And our level of discourse is deteriorated because of it.
I also blame the lack of empathy and sensitivity on all of the reality TV shows that allow people to keep one-upping the other and being disrespectful and one-upping and rude. And, like the New Jersey Shores show that was on. And
I never watched anything like that. So but I bet you're right. I bet that's.
I only watched it once, so I could say I understood why people, but also the video games that the children are brought up on. They're taught to kill and destroy, kill, maim, destroy, kill, maim, destroy, and then the restart. Well, in real life, when you kill, maim, and destroy, you can't restart.
Yes,
but it's been consistent programming for 5 generations now. 5 generations we have.
For a chess lover, video games are the enemy. Because you don't need an intelligent mind to play a video game. You just need a hyperactive spinal cord.
Right. But the video games, people don't understand this. They teach you how to go in and kill people with guns, like how to go in and act in all of these, get down, up, down, shoot, bam, how to assault and attack people. But the scary part is that reset, start over. So you've killed, maimed, and destroyed, reset, start over, kill, maim, destroy, reset, start over. The mindset is you can kill, destroy, maim, and start, and you can't.
And you can't. And you could get killed and you could just play again.
And that might be the other theory, but so many people, after they've gone out and done mass shootings, I've noticed or I've heard report of, oh my God, what did I do? And then boom, right? So they were only acting upon what they have been trained and conditioned for. And something I brought up to people, but none of these people had gun range practice and training. None of these people had military style war training, but yet they came in loaded up as if they did. And the only way to get that training is on video games.
And so, Kimberly, you're so spot on. I can remember to the day that I saw on television a man who was shot saying, I didn't know it would hurt. And I'm like, oh my goodness. How you did not know it would hurt? Because he's so used to, make believe on the video game.
I know. I didn't expect to really get shot.
And it would hurt.
Jim, it's Mark joining the conversation. I do have a question for y'all though. Is it just the video games? And I agree that video games have been doing that for a while. But Jim, you're a little bit older than me, and I'm not exactly a spring chicken. And Kim is probably around our same age range. But do you remember a game called Risk, which basically taught you world domination?
Yeah, I sure did. I was great at it.
Battleship. We played
Battleship was another one.
and what else?
Ego, you name it. Board game, you name it.
Monopoly, right? How to monopolize the world.
Yep.
Not
That's
just
what I'm saying. The board games, video games are not doing anything. I mean, yes, they are definitely a more in-depth version of what those old games were, but those old games were probably just as bad in terms of teaching us some of the
well, chess is essentially a war game. People who are not able to carry out wars because of weather or whatever, they play chess to simulate war. So all of these things but in chess you have to plan and think. In Risk you had to plan and think. In video games you just have to react.
I want to tell you guys something scary. One time I read an interview of Stephen King. Do you know who he is?
Yes.
the horror movie guy.
So, book author, horror book author, and his thing is that writing these things prevented him from carrying out.
Well, Kim, I hate to admit it, but Stephen King wrote one of the movies that changed my life because it made me scared of a very common thing in the world. But for a long time, I had friends that went to the circus, and I even had some friends that were clowns. But I was petrified of clowns because of the movie It. The movie It did it for me.
I thought you were going to say Cujo. You're afraid of dogs now.
Yeah, I read Cujo, and I was a little worried about Saint Bernards after that.
Yes.
Big dogs. But you know what? I'm surprised the clown industry didn't sue Stephen King for their loss of love,
I'm sure they tried.
defamation. But I'm the same way. A clown kind of always scared me because it was it was something with always a fake smile disguising a human. But masks do the same thing, right? Maybe that's the reason why people don't like these, right? And it's like I was telling somebody when I got suited up to go out one day, I looked like a bank robber. If I walked into the bank looking like this before COVID, I would have been arrested.
Well, Kimberly, there's a cartoon that was making the rounds, and it was someone comes into the bank with a mask, and he says, "This is a robbery," and the bank teller says, "Oh, it's such a relief. I thought you had COVID."
I love it. I hope I find the cartoon. I love it. This is such a relief. But you know what? That's what makes this good is to be able to laugh.
It does make it good. Now, I do have a story to share with y'all. You'll enjoy this, Jim. And this was something that happened in Durham, speaking of bank robberies and things of that nature. But here in the city of Durham, North Carolina, USA, there was somebody, and it's another bank now. And actually, it's not even a bank. It's a hotel. But it was a bank, and this gentleman came in, robbed the bank, and went and tried to make his escape. Now, the logic would think that if you go to rob a bank of any sort, should you have a getaway car or some sort of plan to get away? Well, he walked out with the money, and at the time, it's now a history hub, but at the time, it was the bus stop. So they actually picked him up at the bus stop because he did not have a plan for the robbery. He didn't have a getaway
chess player.
So he thought he was going to jump on the bus, and apparently he mistimed the schedule of the bus. So he had to wait for the bus. So the police actually found him at the bus stop. So this was like decades ago, but they found him at the bus stop because he had no game plan and definitely got caught.
There's something Darwinian about that.
Yeah, we should teach the prisoners how to play chess so they learn how to think 3 steps ahead of the game plan. And maybe
that's a serious thing. A commitment that we have in chess is to bring chess into the prisons. And one of my guests on Chess Without Borders last week was talking about doing it at juvenile detention centers. He's really big on getting it into juvenile detention centers because they're young. They have a chance. They still have a chance. You get them to teach them chess, and they start to use their decision making starts to improve. And so maybe when they get another second chance and get out in society again, they will make better choices. And
Hey,
I'm a
Jim, I
big
got a
believer
question
in
for Willie, because usually when I come in, Willie's going out. So I never get a chance to really talk to Willie. What's going on in your world, Willie? I want to know what's going on in your world, because usually when I'm coming in, you're leaving out.
that. Same with Rakesh. I treasure the moments with Rakesh because it's late for him, it's early for me. But go ahead, Willie.
Yeah,
No, we're in our second lockdown now, and just the CBD, but the rest of Australia is open. The rest of Australia only. We've had a serious spike in our cases, in the number of cases that we've had. So it's in serious lockdown. So when I was out today, I was a bit worried that I was going to get pulled over and issued tickets. So they had a party at some people's place, and they ordered KFC. So the cop followed the KFC car to the house and issued like $4,000 fines to everybody that was in the house. And
They weren't chess players, believe me.
And yeah, some people just do dumb things, and that's really sad. I'm going to ask Kimberly for her dumb vaccine. I think.
Did y'all get to phase 3, or did y'all go to phase 2 and then are back to phase 1?
There you go.
Yeah, that's.
I'll ship it, Willie. Give me your address.
That was from stage 4. We gone back into stage 4. Then we come out from that into stage 3.
So you got to stage 4, and now you're back to stage 3. And
no.
Kimberly,
We were in stage 3. We've gone back to stage 4.
Oh wow! Oh, that's right. Y'all going the other way because we went up. Y'all are going down. I got you. That makes sense.
California did the same thing.
Yeah.
We started to open up.
Who stays in your city, Willie?
Yep. Rakesh, are you taking the Australian offer for Hong Kong residents to come to Australia? There's an open door policy at the moment.
I don't think we're allowed. Yeah, but I have a cousin who stays in your city. He's a doctor. But he's a cosmetic person, hair transplant person. Yeah.
You'll look really good when you're getting sick.
Kim, we've been having a spike too, and I guess we might go back to stage, because I know we're supposed to go up to stage 3, I think, in North Carolina.
Okay, so I got a question to ask you because you weren't on, but maybe you were listening, so you might be able to cheat. But we announced this big spike last week. Can you think of anything that occurred 2 weeks prior to that would have caused the spike?
2 weeks prior. Let's see, there was the NASCAR races that were going on that could have done something with the spike. Oh, the protest?
Maybe.
Protest? Yes.
I'm thinking NASCAR and protest. Those are the things that come to my mind.
Yeah, but not so much the protest, but it was the presidential rally.
Oh, yes, that's true.
And there's a little lag time between the event and the cases being noticed and reported and recorded. So, because we have such a short attention span in the United States, we don't always put the 2 and 2 together. And so Kimberly has provided us with that information, which is sounding quite true to me.
I just put time, date, event, and facts together. That's all I do. I don't put together anything else. A lot of people accuse me of lying and making up stuff, but they don't know me well enough to know that I spent a lifetime as a female engineer, and anything I put down in a boardroom or in the research room, I had to back everything up with much.
Yeah. Yes. You had to be twice as accurate as the male.
I had to be 4 times accurate. My boss told me this. He told me that I was the smartest engineer. And in fact, it got to the point that when I did bring him something to sign off on, he never even read it anymore. Because he said he didn't have to, because he knew he trained me to make sure I could support it 4 times more than anybody else. But here's what's funny. One day I scared the mess out of him. I handed things off to him and he signed them off real quick, right? Boom, boom, boom. And I go, oh, thank you very much for my Ferrari. And
Good for you. But I have a question for the panel, and Ankit and Rakesh cannot participate. Do you know what the word satya means?
Sure. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
S-A-T-Y-A.
I don't know.
How is it spelled?
S-A-T-Y-A.
Oh, I've heard that word, but I can't remember what it means. But I have seen that word and heard that word. I've got a couple of friends that are
Well, the English translation,
I can't remember
the English translation would be non-lying. And so, Kimberly, you have the presence of satya in you, and you are a non-liar.
Well, thank you. But a lot of people would argue that right now, but I'm not going to take anything they say. My dad one time told me to walk like a duck, let everything people say to me like that wash off of me. So,
Well, Kimberly, you know what I say? Don't let the praise go to your head, and don't let the criticism go to your heart.
Exactly.
that is the best advice for any student graduating. I need to put that on my post line of for forever future references, because that would save probably most young people going into life a lot of grief. It really would. So anyway, I want to share something with you guys. Somebody texted me this morning and asked me to find, and it took me I just took a moment to scroll through because they asked me if they could have this today for something that they're doing. But I want to share this with you guys. I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to share it with you because they thought it was dead on, and they will get their point across today. So here we go.
If she says she shouldn't do it, I want it.
Okay. So
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
It says, I'm not
In
scared.
that one.
I'm young. I don't need to self-isolate. Now, this guy teaches children, okay? So I am here to follow you to grandma's house. And he just thought that is just dead on, that I guess point that he wants to make. And, you know, and so someone else brought up another one that we were talking about. Was it you, Jim? Another cartoon?
Oh, you mean about the bank robbery? Or
yeah, that one. I want to pull that one up.
Yep.
Because I think we're living in a time when we need to be a little bit funny now, serious, but
laughter is the best medicine.
Oh yeah.
In a way to laugh about it, because if we don't, we're going to make ourselves sick. But I also think that I am to the point that I'm done with trying to convince people to do the right thing. I will provide information that we have, knowledge that I actually get from the National Geographic, and you know, white papers from my favorite is St. John Hopkins, and because I decided I wasn't going to trust anything CDC or WHO was saying, and this was before Trump was trying to fire them, but it's because they held meetings admitting that they withheld this information from us and under classified. And to me, that they are a health organization and nothing should be withheld as classified. Nothing. They are not there to gain a profit for intellectual property. They are not there for war. They are there for our health. And so nothing should be contained as classified. And so I've decided not to trust anything that they say or anything the WHO says, that I will trust the universities because they're the ones finding the answers. And the reason why I say that is I spoke with someone yesterday and I can't disclose what they just found. Oh my God. I want to, and it's not that it's classified, it's just that it's not my place to say it.
I understand.
It will come out in the paper, but it's phenomenal. It is going to change everything that we're doing today.
Okay, if I guess it, will you tell me I'm right?
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding you.
I'll tell you if you're right if you guess it. We will
Because of vaccine.
Not quite.
Not quite. Go ahead,
So, Jim, yeah. So what I wanted to say that when you ask that word Satya, so Satya is something else, and you were meaning to say Satya. So the pronunciation is a little different.
Okay,
and
my
Satya,
pronunciation was wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a stupid tongue.
And when you talk about Satya, so I'll show you what is Satya, and then I think Rakesh ji must share the story behind that. But that is what Satya is. Can you see this?
Yep.
Yes.
So this we use it in our, prayers, and whenever we do any kind of festivals or anything like that, we create this satya while we do puja at our home and at our temples as well. And we use a lot of different colors to make rangoli. Can you see the rangolis on the left side? So these
Yeah.
are colors. These are mud with different colors, and people create a lot of rangolis at home. See this one. So this part is also known as satya.
Satya.
That is good direction, but I think more details will be shared by Rakesh.
I thought that was the swastika.
I did too.
I thought
The
that was
swastika and satya, they're the same thing. I mean, it depends. You are north or south, basically.
So, you know,
yeah.
So what is the word non-lying? How do you pronounce the word non-lying? The Sanskrit.
Satya. Satya is the truth. We have a prayer which is like this. Asat means untruth. Asatu ma sat gameya, which means from untruth, let truth arise.
from untruth.
It is one of our prayers, one of the lines. And so don't worry about, the politicians who lie. They make sure that they, see what happened to Mr. Bolsonaro.
Yeah.
It is out of just like the lotus comes from rather murky pond, and it's so beautiful and pristine. Similarly, truth will come out of untruth, and to be despondent. Untruth comes out of fear. Fear is a survival instinct, so expect that. Don't be surprised. Expect that. Fear can be fear of life, losing your life. Fear can be fear of losing wealth. Hello, Alexander. And
and the rest of the panelists.
sorry?
Came up with this
So
question.
anyone else can figure out what it is, I can't tell you guys.
Yeah. Okay. let me guess. It's not a vaccine. Is it a treatment? Is it a treatment?
Not quite.
Not quite a treatment, not a vaccine.
Immune system boost. Nope. Okay. Not a treatment, not a vaccine, not a boost of your immune system.
A cough suppressor?
How does it travel?
Aerosol? Airborne?
Airborne, yeah.
Airborne and aerosol.
Okay.
A new mask?
The WHO has announced that, yes.
Yeah, they announced it. Yeah.
They announced that it's airborne, yes.
All of that's known, right? But
Right.
so when you do this, what are some things you can do with this?
Breath.
There's heat.
I'm horrible at doing this because I just want to write it on the board.
Yeah. Okay.
You would not be
Play
a good
charades. Play charades with us. Act it out.
So what are some of the things that we need to be doing during a pandemic?
Very
wash your hands, wear a mask.
It's something, a lozenge you put in your mouth that prevents anything. No?
That's actually brilliant. Actually, I've been thinking about that because did you hear about the teacher who made the lozenge into a gummy so that kids would take it? Did you ever read that story?
No, I did not.
It was the gummy medicines that you see were actually invented by a teacher, so that kids would take their medicine. Yeah, right. How brilliant was that?
Invention is the mother of necessity. Is the mother of invention. So
I like to think that I invented peanut butter to give medicine to my dog, but
yeah.
I just heard my neighbor say she was doing the same thing. I'm like, darn,
It's a surefire thing. Yeah, no question.
So anyway, it's going to come out, and by Monday you'll hear about all of it. But anyway, it's very, very exciting. It will revolutionize the way we are dealing with this pandemic. I wish it were out today.
Yes, I could tell.
Well, because it's going to emphasize something that Nick has said from the very beginning of the show, and it's not that it's proving him right; it's the fact that this needs to be done, and that it's going to be done in a way that we hadn't thought to do it, and it emphasizes the need and simplicity that this can be done. And all it took was a very smart person who said, why not? And a bunch of students who said, let's do it. So
that's great. That's so exciting. Yeah. I can't wait till Monday.
I'm not the smart person who said, why not?
I've got one last guess. Did you ever see Get Smart, the TV show?
Oh, love it. I saw the movie too.
The Cone of Silence. They could drop the cone of silence over you. So my last guess is that there's a cone.
Now that the Darth Vader suit manufacturing is coming out. that was my idea, right?
Yeah.
Just manufacture these by the bulk.
But I'll be talking a certain way, you know.
Yeah, have you seen the masks that are clear?
Yep, I saw one of those at a restaurant recently.
Everybody complains about these, and you can't breathe in these. Can you imagine having plastic over you? At least this is, material that I can breathe through. But these are the same people who probably complain, I can't breathe, and they're wearing a plastic over their mouth. I'm like,
my only problem with this, and Mark, you might know this, it fogs up my glasses.
Yep.
I think so. There's an article, all right, and
I can deal with that.
So I followed the article I read. It said made in Japanese. I'll see if I can find it and repost it. But you fold the mask a certain way when you put your glasses here, and it won't fog your glasses.
Yeah. Okay.
The masks that we have got a sort of a iron thing, a rod-like thing, a wire.
Yes, I have one of those too. Yes.
You slightly bend it. Slightly fold it and then put it on, and then for whatever reason the breath that goes up goes into that pocket and it doesn't go into your glasses. It works. It works. I was getting frustrated over the same thing, and I did. I went and I followed the instructions. It was in Japanese, but I followed the instructions. I'm like, the Japanese have got to know, they've been doing this for 100 years. So,
it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
It takes practice of folding and putting it under your glasses. I didn't get it right the first time.
The little fiber ones that you can just squeeze them and they hold shape, and they work very well too. But these aren't the surgical masks that they don't have.
Hey, Jim, it's Mark. I got a crazy question to ask you, and some of y'all will get a kick out of this. Well, actually, I got a crazy question, and then something that I think that you should challenge a world leader to. But the crazy question is this. I was thinking about expressions. Don't ask me why, but I was thinking about expressions and how we oftentimes have these great expressions. And there's an expression that people use all the time that, as I thought about it, makes absolutely no sense. And it actually involves a sport that Ankit likes, but the expression makes absolutely no sense. What sport does Ankit really like?
Cricket.
Cricket. And the expression throughout America is, it's basically like you ask somebody what their response was, and the response is it was like crickets, which means that there was no response or you didn't hear anything. But if anybody knows anything about crickets make a lot of noise. So the expression makes no sense because crickets they sing, they make a lot of noise. So when that expression comes around, I'm going like, who came up with this expression? Because the animal, the cricket, is a very loud animal. He sings, he makes a lot of noise. I don't get it.
Yeah, the cricket is a very, very loud animal. I got another one that doesn't make sense. It's a saying called naked as a jaybird. Jaybird is naked. It's got lots of feathers. But, said naked as a, this is what I say to people. And actually one of my authors that I used to proofread the books for liked it so much, I think he was going to use it in his book. But I used to say naked as a chicken dressed for Sunday dinner. Because when you dress a chicken, you take all the feathers off. I never understood that one either.
There you go. That's
chicken
a good
dress
one.
for dinner. What do you mean dress for dinner? Oh, we took the feathers off. And I go, oh.
So now, since we got
Dr.
this
Tagu,
world panel,
welcome.
what are some of the other expressions, and what are some of the expressions that
Well-
make no sense in your country? So, Willie, what's an expression that y'all use and you can't figure out what the expression means or why it means that?
Yeah, nah,
Yana.
yeah,
No.
yeah, nah.
Yeah, nah. What does that mean?
Yeah, I understand, but no, it's not true.
Nah. Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah.
And what about you, Rakesh? Is there an expression that's going on in your country that you can't figure out what's going on or why they all use that expression?
I can't think of one straight off, but because I don't know which country to choose, whether it's India or
Yes.
New Zealand
From New Zealand. Yeah.
or Hong Kong.
He's got 3 countries he's got to go through. Oh my gosh! But you know
There's
what?
got to be a Russian expression that makes no sense.
All right, good evening, Dr. Sagu.
Yes.
Yeah, good evening. Namaste, Sat Shri Akal.
Namaste. Welcome. How are you feeling?
So good to
Yeah,
see
thank you so much. Yeah, now I'm recovering well, feeling
Good.
very well.
Good.
And yesterday we were talking that the virus was so kind to me, maybe with the grace of the God, that I didn't have any problem during my journey through the COVID. But I recovered well, feeling very good. Sometimes some weakness, but definitely will recover that also.
Yes.
I am so happy. Maybe it's from all the watermelon we were eating the last.
Yeah, maybe. But do you think
Yeah.
that there may have been some internal organ damage that you can't perceive right now? You can't feel it, but it may have happened. Do you worry about that? Because I know I would.
Yes, Jim, what happens if you talk about the COVID? Yes, COVID had certain type of the symptoms. Some have the mild symptoms, the moderate symptoms, and the severe symptoms. And there is no enough data to support that. But yes, if you have a severe symptoms or a moderate symptoms, then definitely in the long run, you may have some changes in your organs. And the most vulnerable organ is the lungs. There may be the scarring of the lung, can stay very long time after recovery. But with the grace of the God, I had very mild symptoms.
Good.
And I don't think there is any problem because I'm doing everything now. Even during my isolation, my quarantine, I was doing my all activities, my physical activities. I was doing everything. And with the grace of the God, I don't think I had any type of the problem during this period because I was having a lot of prayers and wishes from all of you, from IBM TV, from my all friends, from society. I think everybody, all the patients, they were praying for me.
I
So when you have-
prayed for you too. I lit
Yeah.
my candle every day. So.
Yeah, thank
So
you.
you
So
have
when
healing energy around.
when you have these much of the blessings, I don't think the COVID can harm you.
That is good. You know, maybe the blessings are a shield. And
Yeah.
spiritually, you were shielded as well. But I also think you have good, healthy habits that you've been teaching.
That's true.
And those
Yeah,
healthy habits probably were good preventive measures all along because you've taught us so many good things, like better eating habits to reduce the obesity, healthy eating habits, eating fruits, eating vegetables, and I think these things protected you. I think your life.
Yeah. So now I have a lot of experience within this whole month. I think I was quarantined for around 3 weeks, and after 3 weeks, I got my test negative. And during this month, I would like to say that I have experience of treating COVID patient as well as a doctor. Also, I had experience as a patient also, and now I have experience of as a COVID survivor. You can say, and maybe in near future, 1 or 3 or 4 days, I would be having experience of plasma donor. So within 1 month, lot of experience is there. Some
Yes.
were very good experience and some were very bad experience also. You know,
Yes.
the COVID cannot harm you. Let me tell you, the COVID will not harm you. Who is
I
going
put
to harm
basil
is
in my
your
water
own.
every day now. I put basil
that's
in my
good.
water. Yes.
Basil is very good. So that is why I would like to comment upon over here that we were always talking about the PPE is going to save you. But I don't think that you are 100% secure for not having the COVID infection. Having a COVID infection is not in our control, because I was treating a lot of patients. Being a healthcare provider, being a doctor, I was more vulnerable to have a COVID infection, and so my lot of patients as well, they were also having the same type of the problem, right? But what we can do, at least we can decrease the impact of the COVID.
Yeah.
At least when you are infected with the COVID, the impact of the COVID should not be that much severe. So for that, I don't think PPE is important. It is the PPI which is important, that the personal protective immunity. So if you have a personal protective immunity, PPI, I think you can always defeat the COVID, right? That happened with me also. I was preparing my body since January, you all know, with the healthy dieting, habits, good practices, and good exercise. Everything I was doing. And I think with all those things, all those good practices.
The volume's down. Can you speak up?
Just hold on.
Tell it to the hand.
Very important. I want to hear this.
Yeah, me too.
There you go.
All right, let's hear you talk.
Yeah. So with the help of all those practices, I think I able to make my body to fight against the COVID-19, and it really helped me. I had only mild symptoms, maybe because of which I prepared. I prepared my body according to the COVID. So my message would be, at least you should prepare your body. If something happens wrong, or maybe the COVID comes, then you can fight against the COVID very nicely.
Did you have any symptoms that you recognized as COVID?
I'm not able to.
I can't. We're having problems in Kit. I'm going to dive out. I bet it's me.
No. I hope it is you.
Maybe he will join back again, and I think the problem will be solved.
Okay.
What a beautiful story, but I think he's right. I think the as blessed as he was to have a mild, what he calls a mild, I think it was his own immune system, that his own habits that saved him. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming back.
Yeah, I think you're probably logging off and back on seems to cure a lot of diseases of the virus, the computer type.
So, Doctor, y'all been doing a lot of COVID testing where y'all are? Because I know that's what they're asking a lot of people to do here, is that after somebody going through there, trying to get everybody to do the contact tracing and stuff like that. So I'm actually curious as to how the rest of the world is handling in terms of what they call flattening the curve here. But are y'all doing a lot of contact tracing in other parts of the world as well? Because I was just curious about that. Because I heard a figure recently, which actually shocked me, and it probably shocked a lot of folks, which they say that 75% of the world's population at some point or another will come down with COVID.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the number of the COVID patients, that depends on the testing, and if you can do the contact tracing very nicely, and if you can contain all those clusters, I think you can win over the COVID-19. And I would like to add on.
You'd like to add on?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I would like to. Yeah, please.
No, please go ahead.
Yeah, you would like to add
my
on?
mic is not working.
You're fine.
My mic is not working over here.
No, we can hear you, sir. We can hear you.
We can hear you.
So here I would like to that. I mean, we should not be waiting to speak. Speak is not on the national level. Speak. You have seen that in New York there was speak, but
It's not working. It's not working.
Yeah, too staticky now. Can't hear them. They're too static. So hopefully he'll drop back.
You know, I went from systems
I would
programmer.
like to hear more about what he's got to say.
Yeah.
Very
There is some
fascinating
kind of
stuff.
drum music coming from someone's system.
I hear some rebound.
Music is going on
What
here.
we call rebound. I'm going to just mute people one at a time. All right, everybody say something.
Hello.
Something.
All right, no rebound. So
Something.
all right, let's talk now. Everybody talk.
Okay, I'm
All right.
talking.
Good.
I'm talking.
So, Jim, while we're waiting for him to come back on a lighter note, I've come up with a
Yeah.
solution. Since you've got the borders thing going on, I've decided that what you should do, Jim, is challenge all the politicians and the world leaders to a game of chess. So I've decided that we throw without boundaries. We just need you to challenge all the world leaders to a game of chess, beat them, and then all the problems are solved. So
I'm worried about Putin, though.
Because I know you can take Trump. You can take Trump with no problem. You got him.
Yeah. Oh, no problem. I would play Trump blindfolded. Just call out the moves. I'll beat him. But Putin, I'm not so sure.
I wouldn't play Trump blindfolded. He might cheat.
So, Jim, are there any other world leaders that you're concerned about? I mean, like, are there any other world leaders? I've heard that the person that runs Australia is real dangerous, so they might beat you.
So let's finish.
I'm always like this when it comes to chess.
Right. Let's find out what Dr. Sagu was trying to tell us, because he's made a special effort, and this is his day, his hour, and I want to hear more, because this is what we need to know. This is information we need to know. So, Dr. Sagu, have at it. Tell us more about your experience.
Yeah, my experience. Yes, my experience. Somewhere it is good, and somewhere it is bad. My experience about the virus is not bad. The virus was so kind to me, and I didn't have any problem. But yes, the being a COVID patient, I think it is a big social stigma, and the thing which I faced a lot, even from my society, also from other people. I mean, the people who was coming to me for advice, and after knowing that I'm COVID positive, I mean, they were scared of me. I don't know why they were scared of me. And when the doctor knows that you have COVID positive, and the doctor is going to treat you, he is going to take care of you, and you are not taking care of your own people who has been treating you for a long time. Everybody was scared of the person who was treating all of you before, and suddenly he became like a ghost. So that social stigma with the COVID-19 should not be there. If somebody is going to contract the COVID-19, if I contracted the COVID-19, it may be because of my patients. When I was serving my patients, I treated almost more than 200 patients, COVID-19 patients, before I contracted this COVID-19. So when I was taking care of the people, why not when I was suffering from the COVID-19? Why the people are not coming to me? Why they are not taking care of me? Why? I mean, here I would like to talk about our government, our officials, our authorities also. They were just behind me to just collect that data, because I was, the one number of their data. They want to show that they helped me to recover from this COVID-19. Every day I was getting a lot of calls from the authorities and from the governments. They were not helping in the treatment of the COVID-19, but they were just behind me to take the data, because they want to show at the national level that we have recovered so much of patients, we have these much of the patients. So I think that type of the thing should not be there. There should not be any type of social stigma. There should not be any, you can say, any differentiation. There should not be any partiality regarding that. And if somebody is going to contract this COVID-19 or any type of the illness, we should always come forward to help all those people who are suffering from this. When my experience is like this, being a healthcare worker, and what is the condition of poor people, I can understand. So we should not be, scared of the people who is going to get this illness. We should be fight against the illness, not the patient, because there is, I don't see any fault of any patient who is going to contract the COVID-19. So my message, I would like to send this message that please help all those people who are suffering. We should understand that they are suffering, and in what capacity we can help them, at least we should come forward and help them. This is not only for the data collection, we should take care of the health.
You know what I've
Yeah,
noticed?
I would like to know that what kind of
there's not
what
enough.
kind of suggestions and advices you got from your patients during the
Sorry,
COVID.
sorry.
Did you get any advices from your patients and from your well-wishers during this time, which you were
Nahi,
never?
yes, I got
Initially,
lot of advices.
it's the other way around basically, but now people would
Yeah,
like to advise you.
yeah. Some was giving were giving me advice for the homeopathic medicine, that they have discovered homeopathic medicine. Please take this medicine. This will help you to the fight against COVID. Some this they were bringing some Ayurvedic medicine, some kada, some hot drinks. Here my message would be, don't take all these things. I mean, no kada is going to help you. Even the people are taking lot of hot drinks. I mean, they were not taking anything before. If you are not taking anything before, and suddenly you start taking all those hot drinks, they are going to spoil your throat from inside. Today also I saw two patients. They were taking kada. I mean, they were not COVID positive. Even they were taking a lot of hot drinks, and they have swollen their throat. Their urine is burning. I mean, this type of the hot drinks, they are not digestible. If you are adaptive, you are already adapted to all these things, then you can take. Otherwise, suddenly, please don't start. COVID will not give you anything bad. If you are strong from inside, you can fight very easily with this COVID-19. Please be strong, be positive during this period. That is very important.
Is there anything in particular that comforted you the most, food wise, drink wise, anything that, because you said you kept active, and I think truly because your body was already disciplined in healthy ways,
Yeah.
but was there anything in particular that made you feel better?
Yeah, not even a single tablet I add on when I got positive result. I was taking the same medicine, same vitamin B12, B6, B1, vitamin C, vitamin D3, and calcium. Same thing I was taking. Extra which I took, that was some antibiotic, that is azithromycin, for 5 days. Nothing else is working. Just it's a symptomatic treatment. And
Just
trust me, you continue with the same vitamins and same things. That is more than enough. No matter you are taking ivermectin, no matter you are taking any decemivir, don't take any type of antiviral. No antiviral is working in this COVID-19. Working is only your immunity, your defense system, your positivity, your mental stability. If you have all these things, I think you can very well you can fight against this COVID.
I think that that's the attitude to take, and fortunately now we have someone who has that experience as a
Yeah,
patient and a doctor,
yeah,
and I
yeah,
think that's what makes it different now, and you sound so more confident now when you talk about it, whereas before
yeah,
I think when you said things you were doing them because you felt like they were for the best, but now you're saying things because you know. And
yeah,
I agree with you. I don't think the PPE will prevent it.
yeah,
I think that it is a means to prevent a mass spread of it so that we can
yeah,
control it. I never said it was meant to prevent. I was always told, felt like it was for me not to maybe spread it to somebody who is weak if I'm in their presence, but also not to mass spread it. That's all we're trying to do is,
I, yeah. I was taking all type of preventive measures. I was doing each and every examination of patient in full PPE. I did my surgeries in full PPE. There was no compromise when we are talking about the preventive measures a healthcare worker should take. I was taking everything.
exactly.
Even then I contracted, and not only me, my lot of healthcare friends, my lot of doctor friends, my orthopedicians, my anesthetists, everybody got COVID-19 and they recovered well. They recovered well. So there is no matter, are you going to contract with the COVID? Are you be infected with the COVID? Just do exercises, do some yoga practices, have a healthy diet, take a lot of liquids. If you start taking all these things and start preparing your body, I don't think there would be any problem. Doesn't matter you are COVID-19 positive or negative. This is the practice for everybody who has not contracted or who has contracted. Even after I got the test was negative, I'm following all type of the practices, the same vitamins, same exercises. These are the wonderful things in this you can say the COVID crisis.
Well,
And
Dr.
sir,
Sabu,
what kind of precautions you took with your family, because you and ma'am both were COVID positive, and the kids
Yeah,
were. So how you make sure that the kids are secure, and how you maintain that
Exactly.
physical distancing at home?
But Ankit, if we talk about my history and my journey of the COVID-19, on 14th of June or 15th of June, night between 14 and 15, my wife developed fever, right? So we isolated her in one room,
Okay.
and we were isolated. Since then, we were isolated in 4 rooms. I have two twin daughters, and me and my wife. My parents are staying away from me in some other state in Rajasthan. So we four were isolated in 4 rooms. But after 2 days, I could not see the suffering of my wife. So I decided, doesn't matter if I will be positive or negative, let me help her. So then we were isolated in, both of us in the single room then. And after 2 days, we got the test done. Both of us, we were positive. We didn't get the test done for my daughters. They were isolated also. And I would like to give credit to my daughters also, because at that time nobody was there and they were preparing food for us, and they were providing us all. They were serving us the food in our room. But after
That's
5 days, yeah, after 5 days, then we decided at least we should expose our daughters also, because this is the time when when both of them, they can recover well, because we are in the same pace. So if after this, because uh, I mean, in the future, any times they are going to be exposed to COVID-19, and they must be suffering from that. So why not now? Because we are suffering all. So then we decided to stay together, all of four, and they also developed some symptoms, some sore throat, but we didn't get the test done. I think they were also positive, and everything came out very nicely after 22 days.
So did
Awesome.
you get did you get the test done for daughters now, or I mean, still you didn't get the test
No,
done?
we got the rapid antigen test now for all, and all are negative.
All are negative.
Yes.
What
That
ways
that
would you suggest that people actually help community members, no matter where they are in the world, that have
Yeah.
COVID? Because I know a lot of times when people have diseases in the past, the community would try to rally around them and try to come and help them, whether that's with food or whether that's with whatever. But because of COVID being a contagious disease, a lot of organizations aren't doing as much. So, just in your way, and your thinking, what ways do you think people can help folks that are impacted by the COVID disease, uh, other than trying to not catch the disease themselves? But what ways can the greater world community in the different states and countries help their their fellow citizens?
Yeah.
Dr. Sagu, well, we think about that. I was going to mention that Sasha had a guest on his show who had COVID, and she was treating herself and having marvelous response from drinking what she called golden milk, which is essentially turmeric. So do you think that turmeric should be part of a person's daily diet?
Yes, because I started turmeric in January, and I took this turmeric milk since last. I'm taking since, you can say, 3-4 months, and this is a wonderful herb. Turmeric is a wonderful herb. If you can combine the turmeric with the milk, and along with that you can put some garlic also. I used to put 2 cloves of the garlic, and still I'm taking, even today also I took the same. So I would be continuing this for 1 year, because this has helped me for my sinusitis also, for my other illnesses also.
Yes.
I mean, it works wonderful. Milk with turmeric with the garlic is a wonderful combination.
Okay, I'm going to write that down too, because I don't use garlic.
While you were having the COVID-19 and you were staying at home isolated, what gives you strength to come out of it, and what kind of thoughts you had in your mind, and what were the concerns that once you get to normal, what are the concerns? Because people who are at COVID or who had that experience, they still are vulnerable that maybe something can change their body now.
Very important thing, Ankit, is that when you are in isolation and you are already tested positive, and you are a COVID patient, I think the most important thing is how to catch hold your brain. how you have a control on your brain. That is very important. If you will keep catching your brain, keep holding your brain with the positive thoughts, that would be wonderful. So being a positive, remain positive is very important. If you have even a single negative thought, that was the reason when I went to my wife's room. That was the only reason, that there should not be any single negative thought, because one single negative thought will take you to a lot of problems, because you are already suffering with COVID-19. So it is very important to keep yourself positive. Your thoughts has to be very well controlled by you. You can divert your mind doing a lot of stress busting activities, like you can do yoga also. I was doing yoga daily. I was doing meditation. I was doing Gurbani recitation daily, because in the sixth we always, yeah. Sasha,
And
yes,
thinking pro-healthy. Yes.
so if you are doing your worships, your God worship, prayers every day, I think then you can divert your mind. And being in the prayer is very important. That keeps you positive and keeps you strength to fight against any type of the illness.
Sasha and I play chess every day, so maybe
Yeah.
maybe that helps us.
Strengthen the mind. But I think you hit the nail on the head, Dr. Sagoo, that these are habits that are not just to prevent COVID or to help get you through COVID, but for any disease. Like you keep telling us, let's reduce the obesity rates, let's reduce these other things. Now, I think that was very interesting to hear you talk about how because we do this in chickenpox, right? When one person gets it, we just go ahead and say, let's get them all. And I thought that was brilliant. Now that you have been through COVID, and there's some more understandings of it, and we've talked about this in the past, is there use of a recovered person's plasma? Is that true? Or is that if I get COVID and I recover, should I donate my plasma and things like that?
Yes, the plasma therapy is there are now some studies are there, but there is no enough data to support that plasma is going to help you. But you can say this is some part of your management strategy. This is some add-on strategy for your management. And the plasma is being given only in the severe complicated patients who are in ICU, intensive care, and they are on ventilators. Because when you recovered from the COVID-19, it means your everything is related to your immunity, your body, your defense system. So when you're recovered from the COVID-19, it means you develop some sort of better defense system than the others who are suffering with the severe complications. Right. It means you have a lot of good antibodies, and it has been tested that on day 14, in day 18, the antibodies starts forming in the blood with the COVID patients, and on day 14, the antibodies which are present in the plasma of the patient is IgM. On day 28, it is an IgG. So once you see IgG in your blood, it means you are fully recovered from COVID-19 and you have enough antibodies in your plasma. Then you can donate this plasma to some needy people who are suffering from severe complication of COVID-19. Because during the severe complication of the COVID-19 patients who are on ventilator and ICU, there is no other option other than that somebody give you some good antibodies so that those antibodies can fight against the coronavirus. So this is an add-on strategy of your management, and definitely in some areas of maybe in India also it is being successful. And I would also be now donating my plasma so that at least I should help all those people who are suffering with the severe complications.
Well, Dr. Sagoo, I'll tell you a little bit about the problem we have in the West with this, because this is a novel virus, and the studies take time, and the peer review takes time. So we do not have the scientific backing for this plasma theory. So it is not trusted in the West. And but what you're saying is, in the last ditch effort, why not try it? If someone is going to die,
watermelon.
Yeah.
You don't mind already.
Yeah.
That's the cure. I'm going to tell you right now. We're going to find out watermelon is the preventive cure.
Yeah.
I think it's hot fudge sundaes myself.
I ate enough chocolate that nobody should ever have COVID. But dark chocolate, that is.
These are the things who are going to help you. Lot of water with lot of fibers.
And
It makes your it makes you
to make the water room temperature, not hot.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That is very good.
And actually, everybody on the panel.
You-
I sometimes
you-
wonder, are
yeah,
we
Jim,
worrying
you-
too much about the COVID? Because I know every time I turn around, somebody is telling me that they're afraid that they've got the COVID because they might have a simple cold or they might have this or that. But because it's always constantly in the news, and I'm not knocking the fact that it's definitely a pandemic and that everything is going on and that we're in a definite situation. But I also wonder, when we think about positive thought, if some of society isn't worrying themselves too hard about it and too busy concentrating on the negative, thinking they've got it before they've even had a sign of having it. Because I've run into several of my friends that, they'll be driving down. I've got a friend that does delivery, and in the middle of her delivery, she's like, suffering from a little bit of slight sniffles, and she's like, "Oh, I think I might have the COVID." And I'm like, "Wait a minute, what gave you that idea?" So I wonder if sometimes the society and all that's going on in the world doesn't have us overly worrying about it. I was just wondering what folks' thoughts are on that, because I do agree, positive thought gets into a lot.
Oops, you're muted, Dr. Sugu. There you go.
Yeah, sorry. Can you repeat your question, please?
I think what he's
Can you repeat
asking is are people overreacting about every symptom they have with a cold or cough? And do we, in this overreaction, what can we do to prevent another pandemic of overreaction?
Right. Exactly, Kim.
Yeah.
Twitter version.
So, because if you will be looking at the data of your country, if you would be, going according to the lot of news, which is, I would not say it's a news, it's a rumors. If you will be listening the rumors every day, then you would be overreacting every day. So I would like to say here that because this is you who is going to fight against this novel virus. So this is your responsibility. It is not Trump's responsibility. It is not a Modi's responsibility. It is not your government's responsibility, because everybody is irresponsible. Whether it is the government of America, whether it is the government of India, they are irresponsible. They are not fulfilling their responsibilities. So this is your body, and you have to take care. You have to prepare your body, and at least we should spread some sort of awareness that there should not be any overreaction because of the COVID-19. Because a lot of people, 80% of people, they are having mild symptoms, and 15% they are having the moderate symptoms, and only 5% they have the severe symptoms. That all because you are not keeping all the comorbid conditions under control. So we need to focus only on two categories of the people. That is, one is the senior citizen, another is the people with the comorbid condition. If the people with the comorbid condition, they can control their primary disease very well, and then they follow each and every preventive measures regarding this COVID-19. If they will contract this COVID-19, I don't think there would be any problem. Number two, if we are going to seek help from the hospital, then I would say that you are going to harm your body. So since you are at your home quarantine, managing everything with your healthcare worker, because I'm a doctor, I'm a healthcare worker, I can manage myself, my family. But I was also managing around more than 200 people on phone call because they were under home quarantine. So when you are under home quarantine, the chances of recovery is more as compared to when you are admitted in the hospital. Don't rush to the hospital. Take care of you, and please don't overreact. And whoever is reacting, let them make aware regarding this COVID-19. This is not a dreaded virus. if you take care of yourself.
That is very good advice. And you know what? We go back to something that you taught us even 2 months ago, and I think you would still say this: stay at home and use the phone. Just call your doctor and say, "This is how I'm feeling." And if he says go get tested, they've got testing centers in the U.S. I don't know about anywhere else, but they've set up testing centers everywhere. Some cost money, some don't. But you stay at home, use the phone. Your doctors are there. The Minute Clinic will talk to you. There are I think if you call the CDC, there is a place there that will take your call if you don't have a physician. Right, Dr. Sagu? Stay at home, use the phone.
Stay home. That's true. That's true.
And eat good fruits and vegetables and exercise. Even if you don't have a lot of energy, because I'm told by people who have had this, they have a lot of fatigue. Try to get that blood moving. Keep that nitric oxide pumping to the organs and keep your body moving as much as you can. I would think that you stayed active, right, Dr. Sagu?
Yeah.
And yoga. Do something like yoga.
Yeah, he said yoga.
Well, because that pumps the blood. Yoga gets oxygen to the parts of the organs that because you're breathing in deep. And something else I learned yesterday from somebody who was learning from researchers is that when the lungs expand, the COVID can't connect to it, that it slides off. So, and I've envisioned that when you expand them like that you pop it off too, if they did connect. They said that they've just learned this in research to keep breathing deep, keep breathing real deep, and everything. So, what are your thoughts on that, Dr. Sagu, about breathing deep?
So you're talking about any.
Yes, Dr. Sagu.
Actually, my earphone is not working well. The voice is not coming. It's crackling.
Right, I'm hearing the same. I'm hearing a vibration.
Yeah, there's a vibration going on. I am hearing a vibration.
Hold on one second.
There is some problem with my AirPods, I think. I'm not listening well today.
There's a vibration going on somewhere. Maybe that's causing it. But anyway, one of the things I'd like to, just make sure that people know is that you had mentioned, yoga and deep breathing, and they keep saying this is very important, and you feel it very important as well.
So, whatever is good for your immunity, whatever is good to boost your immunity is good for this. Again, you mentioned about the yogurt also. Yogurt, a lot of probiotics is there. This is going to increase your digestive system immunity. That is very good. Deep breathing exercise is very important for this COVID-19 because the main target organ for the COVID-19 is your lungs, your respiratory system. So at least you should be keeping your lungs inflated. Your lungs has to be inflated because when you do the deep breathing, it means you are opening up the bottom of your lungs. The bottom of the lungs, they are the most vulnerable area for any type of infection, whether it is a bacterial, whether it is a viral, whether it is the COVID-19, because these are the most dependent part, and the fluid collection is also there in the bottom of your lungs. So at least you should be fully inflating like balloon. When we inflate the balloon, inflate it nicely so that every part of the balloon should be distended. So, take your lungs as a balloon. So you have to inflate every part of the lung. So no part of the lung should be collapsed. When the lung would be collapsed, the chances of fluid collection is more, chances of infection is more.
Okay. That sounds awesome. I mean, that's something I've been doing a lot more of since we started in March, breathing in deep and practices of this. I have come down with something. I don't think it's COVID. I have been suggested that I go get tested, so I'm waiting to go get tested. I think mine. I'm not even overreacting. I think it's just a sinus and ear because it's the second or third time my ear's been infected, and I don't know what's causing that. So it's probably best I go to the doctor to see anyway. But again, I stayed home and used the phone or the email.
So,
they do email. So
whatever we are talking about right now, we are talking about since last 3 months on IBM TV.
right.
That is scientifically proved. Whatever the practices we advised that are proved now. That is proved now after coming out of the COVID-19. So when you teach something good practices, then the same practices you also follow and you also got the results. It means, I mean, this is well proved. This is not an overreaction.
No, it's
So
not.
this is how you should keep your body alive, how you should keep your inner strength high, how you should keep your defense system on. When your defense system is on, I don't think any type of the thief can come inside your body and steal anything. Keep your defense system on.
Don't insult your liver. That's what you guys taught me. Keep your liver healthy. Eat healthy. I've been following your practices, and because of it, my stomach, the swelling went down. So these are good practices, not for COVID, but also for everything else in life. And I think, like you said, it's proven. You're a proven example that this lifestyle works. And how are your daughters doing? Are they doing better?
Yeah, they are good. They are good. They are studying. Online classes are on now because in person they are not going to the schools. But yes, online classes are there, and they are studying well.
Yeah, I mean,
Some of the
and how is
to the doctor, some of the best people that I've seen that have survived this disease, and it comes back to what Kim was saying with the phone. It seems to me that the people that were reaching out to them in terms of like going out and talking to them, like maybe they couldn't come and visit them, but they were reaching out to them by phone or by email, that they were the ones that had that positive attitude because they were being contacted by folks that were in their lives and everything. And they might not have reached them in coming knocking on the door because, doctors are suggesting that they knock on the door because of the danger of getting the COVID, but they were at least being connected, whether that was their ministers or their imams if they were Muslims or whatever, or whether that was their friends or family. That seems to me something that needs to be happening on a more regular basis, that we need to find ways to reach out to our friends, including those friends that might have come down with the COVID disease.
Yes. I mean, at least you should know that you have somebody in the back end who is going to help you.
And we have our friend Ben, who's from the UK. His brother had COVID, and his brother. He said it was very hard on him because he wanted to help his brother, right? And his brother lived alone, and so he tried to do the most he can by calling him and being there. But sometimes it's just as hard on the person who loves you than it is the person who has the disease too. People don't realize the mental state that can happen. So anyway, so we have a lot of things that are great. At least it was a much better experience than you expected. And because Ben told me that was the worst phone call he got in a long time, was to hear that his brother had COVID. He goes, you almost think it's a death sentence, but now, his brother survived. I have a friend whose brother did not go through a good experience. He ended up on the ventilator. So, and we currently, right now, one of our colleagues has COVID. She has 3 kids. So I'm going to share your experience with her. Maybe she can even reach out and talk to you. Look at him eating watermelon. All mine's gone. I ate all mine. I need to go get some more. My garden didn't grow watermelons this year, so I have to go buy them. But
Sure.
I know, but but the deer, actually my garden did grow them. The deer ate them. So the deer likes watermelon plants. They didn't even give it a chance to grow a watermelon. I'm like, the least you could do is let the plant get bigger, then munch down on the plant. But no, they ate the plants when they were babies. But that's something I've noticed with COVID is nature seems to have taken over. Is I don't know, we haven't changed out here in the country, except the school next door. The kids aren't there anymore, and across the street we have a school. So I guess so nature has come out, and nature thinks it owns everything now. Like
Yeah, nature has come out positively, very positively.
yeah,
The air is very fresh now. It's very pure. Yeah.
My concern, though, is that sometimes nature, when it comes out positively, it might come down to what Kim was talking about, like the deer that loves her watermelon too much that it stole the watermelon. And I've got a friend that just grew a garden in an apartment complex where they've taken like a little patch of land and they're planting sunflower seeds and tomatoes and carrots. I mean, not carrots. They're planting tomatoes, sunflower seeds, and cucumbers. But we were talking about they were doing this, and I think they may have some other vegetables as well. But there's a little rabbit that's nearby, so I'm concerned that the rabbit might decide to steal some of that food that they're planting, because there's a little rabbit that I've also seen in that neighborhood, like maybe less than 100 feet away, if that. So I'm concerned that rabbit might decide to raid the garden.
Rabbits will eat the garden out. And rabbits have babies, a lot of babies, over and over and over. They will destroy a garden. But we have a guest. Oh, Mama May. Hi. Blessings and welcome, and thank you. I know you're not feeling well today, but thank you for joining us. We missed you. I know Jim's going to be disappointed because he had to leave, but they all wish you well. How are you doing?
I'm fine. It's just that I have like overdone my work in a couple of weeks, so my body is now crying out for rest. So I just thought that I'll give it a break sometime.
Well, I don't know if you're aware, but Dr. Sagu just recovered from COVID.
Yeah. We discussed that earlier.
And I'm sitting here going, I gotta go get some watermelon. But
that makes two of us. I need some watermelon too. He's making me very jealous with that watermelon. I mean, watermelon in my refrigerator.
You can have some.
Can you deliver some of that from your country over here to Durham, North Carolina? Because I need some of that watermelon right now. I know it's a stereotype, being a light-skinned African American, but I'm going to go with the stereotype right now. I need that watermelon, and I need some fried chicken. I need both of those right now.
I can eat a whole watermelon in one.
Today it was very tiring day for me. I was just came back from my hospital. I did some surgeries, and actually I'm coming and I'm joining you on the show. I didn't have some time in between. The good experience today, I had a very good experience that I saw one patient that was 8-year-old male, and the blood pressure was on the lower side, 80/50, and he was having appendicitis with ruptured appendix. A lot of pain was there because his COVID test report has not come yet, so nobody was taking him for the surgery. So we took him for the surgery around 5 o'clock in the evening with full PPE, taking as a suspect for the COVID-19. So we did a surgery. We came out. Now the blood pressure is good. Even his kidneys were going bad. Urea was on the higher side, around 80-85. So now he's recovering well after surgery. It's, I think 2 hours after the surgery. The report has also come. COVID has negative. He tested negative for the COVID, and now he will be recovering. So I was just with him the whole day. It was a tiring day. So I just came back, and then I requested Ankit that we will join the show, but we will do the general talk today.
Right.
We cannot have a specific topic here.
What a great story to share. And, you raised a concern of mine is how many people are not getting the treatments they need that are not COVID related because of
that. Yeah, that is why, even the Mark was talking about the people, they are overreacting. Even we are talking about the social stigma. So, this is social stigma. We can say the overreaction of the people that the non-COVID patients, they are suffering. COVID is nothing. COVID is nothing. Beyond COVID, there are a lot of things. They are complicating their things. Even this child was complicating himself. Parents were not taking him to the hospital because they were scared of getting COVID-19 in the hospital. So that is why they complicated this This was plain appendicitis, and they complicated to the rupture of the appendix, a lot of pus in the abdomen, which we removed today laparoscopically. And we are complicating the things which should not be there. If you have a problem, my message is, if you have a problem, then please go to your healthcare provider. At least talk to him. Get some online consultation. You can do the virtual consultation, and please take care of your illness. It's a COVID time. It doesn't mean that you should be hiding your primary disease and you complicate your primary disease.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that.
Kill you, because I had an attack, and it nearly, they got me to the hospital in time when I was in my I was like 29 years old, and that is a very short window of time. Very short window of time.
Yeah.
So thank God that you were there to be able to say that you would take and do the surgery. So thank God you were there. I mean,
thank you, doctor. That was great.
I want to know. Curious though, are they basing decisions of surgery on whether a person has been tested for COVID?
Sorry. Yes, we do surgeries who are tested COVID positive. If the patient needs surgery in emergency, then we do this. Even we have not getting the report. We have not received the report of the COVID-19. But that time we suspect the patient as a COVID positive.
Gotcha.
So we take all the we take all the precautions. Full PPE. If the patient is COVID negative, then the surgeon, the anesthetist, the assistant to the surgeon, they use the full PPE, but the other cleaners and all, they don't use the full PPE. But if the patient is suspected for the COVID-19 and the report has not come yet, not received, and we are doing surgery in emergency, then we keep the patient in isolation room, and directly from the OR, we shift immediately to the isolation room. We don't keep the patient in recovery or somewhere else. So the total protocol changes when there is a report is not available or the patient is COVID positive.
But to come back to Kim's point, which I think she was asking, are some of the patients that are not having COVID getting knocked down on the list of the surgeries? Like if you come in there and you have, like, say, a heart issue or something like that, are the COVID patients going above those people instead of being below them? So is the COVID impacting where you are on the surgery list?
Can it? I didn't say can it. Can it impact priority? Yeah. Okay.
So with this, I will take your leave.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I think what he was explaining is that even if you have COVID, they still do the surgery. They just take precautions, and I think that
yes. If the patient needs surgery, this is our duty to relieve the patient from the problem.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on a good surgery day.
You had a great surgery day. I know you've got to go and take care of some more patients. So I appreciate you, and I hope to see you back and everything. Because I actually was reading a medical article earlier today about a famous athlete. So I'm curious to see what he's got to say about that at some point. But I'll just share it with y'all right now, and then I've got a question for Coach Kumar. But I was actually reading an article about Kawhi Leonard and their whole way that they're doing management of his they think that he actually has a degenerative knee disease of some sort because of the fact that he's doing that kind of management of his playing time. So the way the article read, it seems like that when he's done playing basketball, he'll be one of those basketball players walking around with a lot of very serious health issues because of what's going on in his body. But they're doing the management of his injury, but it does sound like it's impacting his health. I see we got Zach with me. I'm glad that Zach's with me. But my question for you, Coach Kumar, is I've got this project that I'm working on. I've got this new shelf that I just bought. Well, actually, I got a bookshelf, and I got a new a drawer, a chest of drawer. But they were assembly jobs, meaning that I've got to assemble these things. And as Zach knows, I am not the most tool-related person. So these things are like trying to kick my backside. I wanted to use another word, but they're trying to kick my backside. So I need to know some coaching tips that you can give me that I don't have these things that are inanimate beating me up. Because right now, I think I've got half the drawer done. Well, not even half. I think it's maybe 1/8 of the drawer done, and the bookshelf, all the parts are laying in the living room. So it's not being assembled at all. I did attempt the shelf yesterday, and I got 3 steps done out of a 15-step process. So it's kicking my backside. I need some help, and I need some advice on how for it not to kick my backside.
Okay, so when you think about not fixing up the drawer, Mark, what do you feel? How do you feel about it?
I get a little frustrated because I'm sitting there going like, I know that I need to get it fixed. I want to get it fixed so that it will help me just in terms of like some neatness and trying to get some order in my less than ordered house sometimes. So I know it's something that I need to do. So I get frustrated, to be perfectly honest. That's where I get it's frustrated when I'm sitting there looking at it
just
going like,
for a moment, close your eyes and tell me where in the body do you feel the frustration?
usually in my around the stomach area and around the stomach area, because it's like getting a little bit of a queasy feeling about not being able to do it. So I would say around the stomach and a little bit above the stomach.
Okay, thank you for sharing. When was the time when you learned that you're not able to do it? When was the first time you said this to yourself? Not only for fixing up the drawer, but for anything in your life.
That's a good question. I would probably think that there were a couple of times that I got frustrated with that in life. Probably something in grade school, and I can't even think of what that was. But there were probably some times in grade school that I got frustrated in not being able to do something like that. So I'd have to reflect back to figure out when in grade school it was. But it was probably in grade school.
Okay, so just close your eyes for a moment and invite that young Mark who was frustrated in the grade school for not doing something, and just ask him that what were the emotional resource he wanted to come out of that situation or to feel bad and to not feel frustrated.
Completion of whatever that goal was. I thought it was probably some homework, but completion of that probably would have made me feel less frustrated. And I think that that's usually when I get frustrated, even with like these kind of projects. It's like I know that it's something that I need to have done, but I'm not getting it done. So that's when I get frustrated with it. So probably going back to the grade school me, I would probably want and I probably sometimes would reach out trying to get help from the folks and everything, but they were probably busy, and I don't have my brother is much younger, so at the time that I was going through this, he's probably like 3 or 4, so he wasn't going to be much help.
Okay, so the resources for himself, will a little bit of confidence and strength help him in that situation?
Oh, definitely, and that's probably what I need to have now is more of the confidence that I can actually get this drawer fixed and actually knock it out. So yeah, get this shelf done so I can actually put this stuff away.
Okay, then go ahead and offer him a big balloon of confidence.
Okay.
And ask him to breathe all that confidence from that balloon and fill him with lots and lots of confidence.
All right. So I got this. I can do this. All right.
Yes.
Cool. All right. Whew. All right. So
and even if he wants any other resource, just give him that balloon, hand it over to him with a balloon of self-love or maybe strength, whichever he feels that he needs, and ask him to breathe that resource.
Okay.
And right now, in that moment, I would like you to invite your mentor, and a mentor can be a saint, a sage, or an enlightened master, someone you know or someone you might like to know, but in whose presence you feel safe.
Okay.
And he has all the magical powers.
Excuse me?
He has all the magical powers. Your mentor has all the magical powers. And in his presence, or the guardian angel, if you want to call.
Okay.
And you request him to delete this belief that I cannot do it from your timeline, from this life, and from other lifetimes too.
Okay. Cool.
And as he presses the delete button, it's going to delete this older belief, I cannot do it, from each cell of your body. And you just let me know once that feels complete for you.
It feels a lot better. Less of the stress in the stomach. I can tell you that for sure, because I don't feel as much of the stress as before.
Okay. So now, what is the new belief you want to install instead?
A belief that I can get this done and get it done by this afternoon, because I got to concentrate on IBM TV now, so I can't build it till after we're done. But I want to put it in my belief that we can get this done in this afternoon.
Okay. So we are installing this for all events of your life. So do not give it a timeline just for the drawer or the bookshelf. Install the belief that I can do it and I'm capable of doing it.
Yeah, I can do this.
And allow your mentor to light up your timeline, which is from this lifetime and any other lifetime. And you can see your timelines of this life and other lives being lightened up with this new belief, I can do it, I am capable of doing it.
Oh, yes, I can get this.
And allow him to install this new belief in each cell of your body. And you have to let me know when that feels complete for you.
Yeah, that feels a lot better. I know I can handle this now. Thank you,
Okay.
Coach Kumar.
So now when all parts of you agrees to continue this healing which just took part here, you will open your eyes into the awareness which is inside, same outside.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. Now, the other question, I'm definitely going to do that because I feel like I can conquer that now. Thanks a lot. I needed that. And the other question I have for you, Coach Kumar, is because it raised this question today. How much do you feel dreams play in our reality in terms of our spiritual beliefs and our healing and stuff of that nature? Because I don't know why, we're in the middle of COVID, but yesterday or this morning, I had a dream that I was going to a grocery store, and I'm not even that big of a cook, and they were trying to get a turkey, and I could not get the turkey. So I'm guessing it was around Thanksgiving. I mean, Thanksgiving is many months away from now. Well, not that many, but this is July, so it's 4 months from now. But I couldn't find the turkey that I was looking for. Wound up, I think, substituting it with shrimp or something else. But I know that I was in a grocery store trying to find a turkey. And the other thing that I was doing, which I do know is a bad habit of mine, so it might have been that was being what communicated in the dream, was that I waited until the day before trying to get this turkey. So I think it was Thanksgiving. I must have waited till the day before Thanksgiving. And I do know procrastination is one of my bad habits. So I know that for a fact. But I was just wondering, do you think that sometimes dreams are telling us stuff like to address procrastination or some of the other things that are going on in our lives? Because like I said, that's the other thing. I don't always remember my dreams. I know a lot of people swear up and down that they remember every dream that they had as soon as they wake up, but sometimes I wake up and I don't remember what the dream was, or if I remember it, it's gone and the rest of the day is moving on. But I do remember that dream, and it was probably 4 or 5 hours ago that I woke up. So that one I do remember, and remember a little bit of the details of it. Not a lot of the details, except for those that I just shared. But some other times I'll wake up and I'll be like, I know I had a dream. Don't know what the dream was. But I was just wondering, how important do you think it is for us to reach into our minds and hear what the ancestors or other people, because I do believe in the ancestors, by the way, are saying to us in our dreams?
Okay. So as you answered your question yourself, that a lot of people, we see dreams but we don't remember it. that is just a replay of our day-to-day activities or whatever is going in our logical mind, which is only 12% of our entire brain. The rest 88% is our subconscious. And as you said that you were looking for turkey and you waited for it, so that could be a representation of you trying to fix your bookshelf, trying very hard for it, and you wanted it and you want to do it. So sometimes there are messages, sometimes there are spiritual messages as well. And the dreams with the messages are the ones which we remember. Sometimes we will remember some vague one also, that I woke up, I had a cup of tea or something very common and normal. But if there is a message hidden in that dream, you will often talk about it to others, as you just shared that one with me, or you will keep thinking about it. Other ones, even if you remember, you don't give it a head if there's no message for you. So dreams have messages. In this case, what I feel right now is that because you wanted to fix up and you had this belief that I cannot do it, and so sometimes all these beliefs play a role, and then that our subconscious says that, okay, this is what you wanted and this is how you have to do it. Either you have to wait for it, or you have to clear, or you have to leave it. So there are messages in the dreams, of course.
Cool. Yeah, because I've been, and it may be part of the both the African American as well as some of the Native, meaning Native American belief system that is part of my family lineage. But I do sometimes believe that the ancestors, for lack of a better term, try to communicate with us through dreams as well. I don't know that we always listen to them, but I think that they try to communicate. And I think I've even said on this show that I'm a big believer that nature tries to communicate with us sometimes as well. But we have to sometimes pay attention to it. And it might be just a simple message. I remember I ran into a young lady, actually she lives above Zach. It's a, because we don't stay that far from each other, but she's a Mexican American and everything. And she was having her cat out, and I was just actually making a commentation to her that the cat was getting some of that space that we say that we as humans need. And she was like, yep, the cat had to get out and get some fresh air too. But then she had to take the cat back in because the cat was afraid of all of the external impulses that go on in society, whether that's cars or people or whatever. But she was just being observant of the fact that the cat needed to get some air and some fresh air, but the cat also was aware of the space that they were in.
Yeah.
Are we there?
Still here.
All right. So no, I think that these are much needed conversations. I like the conversation about how do I get this done without blowing up anything. And everyday life can be like that, where one little thing can cause you to snap, right? And I think it's a good idea to take time during the day to reflect on what is that one thing that would make me snap. And do I really want to focus on that, or do I want to focus on what makes me happy and how to avoid that? We also have with us Coach Kumar. We have David, who is a good friend of mine from Miami. Hello, David. We have Coach Kumar, who is a spiritual healer, who has been teaching us really good things that we should put into our disciplines to give us better spiritual healing powers. Because I think we need that in this day and time to be able to ward off all of these bad things that are happening around us, because there's just too many things, right? Way too many negatives. But David, for those of you who don't know, David is two-time survivor of a very, very rare cancer. The first time given a death sentence, but he's got that spirit that says, no, I'm not ready to die yet. And, Ankit shared with us as well that his brother died a year ago from cancer. And I think we're all wondering, as well as like with what Coach Kumar has been teaching us, because these are good disciplines to have. Do you truly, David, do you believe, and I think Ankit asked this question and things were spotty that day and everything. that the spiritual part was the big reason why you survived?
Absolutely, 100%. You know, right before I went through cancer, I had attended a church in Fort Lauderdale, and it was interesting because I went to take somebody. Now, I've always been a Christian my whole life, so that wasn't the point. But I went to take a friend of mine that needed to go to church, and I felt like I needed to take him there. And at that point, I ended up staying in that church. A few months later, I felt the tumor. I went through my first battle with cancer. I stayed in that church for many, many years. And when it came time to do a docu-piece on my story, that church was, the production team decided to do this docu-piece, which is now on YouTube and all that. And basically the pastor, when he went on the air, it used to be every Sunday morning at 10 o'clock, he mentioned how what he loved about my testimony or my story was that God allowed a physically man to become weak, to become spiritually strong. And I really, truly believe that if it wasn't for my relationship with God, I wouldn't have been able to battle the second time, which was the battle for my life, which was the chemotherapy and the surgery. And Kimberly, this is a big day. Today, July 11th, I am actually celebrating 13 years cancer-free on your show, and I'll be doing.
Yay! I want something to pop and balloons go up and yeah. Let's. This is like a second birthday for you, right?
I celebrate this day more than next week. Next week is actually my birthday.
Can you be louder, David? Can you be a bit louder? We can't hear you clearly.
Can you hear me? No?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah. So, on July 18th is my birthday. So it's next week is my birthday. But today is my anniversary of being cancer-free. So I celebrate this day more than anything. It's almost like, it's just a new birthday because it's really where, and it's interesting because people say, well, your surgery was February 1st of 2007. I said, yeah, that was my surgery, but they didn't do the PET scan. They didn't do any of that. So I actually said to the doctor, I need a break. And that break was for 4 or 5 months until July 11th, when I finally did my PET scan. And I went against my doctor's order. I said, listen, I need a break from all this. I took a break after my surgery. I got back on stage, hosted a show in June. And in July, 7 days before my birthday, I decided to go do my PET scan. And that's when I have him on video as part of my documentary that I'm working on, that he said, David, we couldn't find any cancer. So that's to me is my new rebirth, kind of,
I celebrate the day I survived as well. I celebrate the day. I celebrate the day I woke up. But and because to me it was a whole new way of life. Like I see things different anyway. You probably do too, right?
Absolutely.
Wow. I mean, because sometimes when I hear your story, about just the new way that you were able to rise out of the ashes, a different believer in God. Not that you didn't believe in God, but just a different power that you believe in God. And there's a difference there. This is what I tell people. When you see the light, there's a difference in saying, oh, you believe the light exists versus seeing the light. And I think that's what Coach Amanda May has taught me to remember. Because sometimes during all of this negativity, even the most positive person can get knocked down, right? And but it's really good to see you, David. I'm so glad we get to celebrate today together. What else are you going to do today? What else do you do on your celebration day?
It's a blessing. Well, I wanted to touch base on what you guys have been talking about. God bless you. I've been listening to you guys for the last 20 minutes or so. I love listening to people talk about, realistically, the spiritual being is, again, it's inside of us. We're a vessel. So we're, whatever choice we make with our physique, with our body, with our physical being, we are literally a vessel to a spirit that has a purpose. And if we don't use that, if we don't believe in that, we lose the whole concept of meaning. We lose the whole concept of actually existing a real life and leaving a legacy for other people to say, this is what this person do. Remember, we are here for our legacy is the people that we impact. So even after we pass on our physical being, there's all these people that we impacted that can continue to build and build and build and build things that they've never really would have built before. And it's funny, you were talking about what makes us upset or what frustrates us. And I used to, when I was working in the health club industry as a consultant, any little thing can get to the point where I will get overwhelmed because it wasn't going my way. Now, none of the stuff that I do overwhelms me. The only thing that overwhelms me is the frustration when a client or a friend of mine, I know they're supposed to do better and they're not living their purpose. So my frustration now is not about me, it's about other people living their purpose. So it's really interesting. I was listening to you guys, but Kimberly, back to you about the question. Today at 6 o'clock, I'm doing a celebration of life, and I'm going to be streaming it basically over 100,000 people on social media, on YouTube, and all that stuff. And I decided to do this tribute, and people were like, "Why are you doing a tribute? I don't get it." I said, one of the things that I went through when I went through chemo and surgery was all these people came to my life to share with me a message of how my life had impacted them. And I had no clue. I was just being me. I was just saying, I'm a coach, I'm a trainer, I'm a friend. And, I was doing motivational speaking, but to a different degree. Right. And people came to me to the hospital. My mom even said, I was so amazed of how many people came to visit you and kept coming and kept coming and kept coming, even when you weren't even coherent, when you were sleeping or you were under the chemo or under sleep or whatever. People still came and they still just wanted to see you, lay their hands on you or pray for you and share messages with you. Even when I was sleeping, people would talk to me. And I felt like I went to my funeral. And I know probably everyone that's had a spiritual awakening has felt something like that. So I think in this room, I think we're all in one accord. And I felt like I went to my funeral, and one thing that I remember that's what gave me the passion and the push to keep my promise 13 years later to continue to share the story. And then I felt like I needed a renewed energy, right? So I decided to do this celebration of life, and it's for everybody. It's free, and I'm streaming it everywhere. And all of a sudden, I got hundreds of videos of people, and I watched some of them, but I couldn't. I was editing. It's publishing now, so it'll be ready by 6 o'clock tonight. And the stories of these women and men, mostly women. I've coached women for 13 years. Don't ask me why, but I did a whole women's conference, but I do have men too. Don't worry. And it was just amazing how they see me, or how my story, not even me, but the story has impacted them in a way that they too want to live their life. They want to find their purpose. And the biggest thing for me is when people say to me, I didn't give up on my life because David didn't give up.
That's right.
And that always hits me really deep, because when I hear people taking their own life, and there's people that call me and say, David, I listened to your story and I see you fighting when everybody says you're done. People are saying you got 3 days to live. And why are you fighting? What are you fighting for? And I said I was fighting to live my dreams. Like you guys were talking about dreams. I believe every single dream is a way that God reveals to us what we're actually meant to do in our lives.
Exactly.
And if we don't pay attention to it, we basically exist and we don't ever get a chance to really truly live the life that we're meant to live. So for me, that really always affects me, especially right now when I get emotional because I hear people telling me they don't want to live.
I just want to hug you, David. I just want to hug you. Oh my God, you're making, I'm just going to, because, normally I could just reach over and hug you when we have these talks, right?
Yes.
Like when we were at the Frost Museum, right? And yes. I could reach over and hug you, or you could hug me and go, that's okay. We got through it. We're here, but we're more compassionate to other people when they. I don't say we're more compassionate. We just become very compassionate because of the understanding of what you go through to fight that last breath and still survive. And not everybody's given that blessing. Okay. And I heard you say it. A gentleman that I'm trying to get on our show who played for the NFL football, and he had a heart attack on the field and died on the field, but survived when he got to the hospital. He says these same words, by the grace of God. And I told him, I said, you know, Chris, I'm going to make a song called By the Grace of God. I'm sure there's one that exists, but I'm going to call it one where we lived, right? And we're surviving because, you know, by the grace of God, and I truly believe that God brings us together, right? Just like Zach and I talked, that something brings us together. Whatever it is, it's bringing us together during a time when there's so much horrible things going on everywhere else. And the Japanese taught me something. A lot of times when there's something magnificent about to happen, like just stupendous, the evil comes in and they do all of these things to distract you from this great thing, from staying focused on the right straight things. We have to stay focused. This is why I have just embraced our coach, Anamanda May, for giving us the strength to continue the disciplines to stay focused, because that's very important, isn't it, David?
Well, yeah, and think about this, Kimberly. What you said, oh my God, the words that I talk about all the time. Be excited through your challenges. And when I wrote that seminar, it was about exactly that. It's like, look at it, when women give birth, it takes 9 months for life to grow and to develop into the being. Now, the pain that a woman goes through to give birth, my doctor said that I gave birth to 4 tumors, a kidney, and well, anyway.
It's very painful. It is. I know.
What was interesting about it is that when a woman gives birth, how much pain do they go through? How much pain, to the point that some women need an epidural. I had an epidural through my 12-hour surgery. So I went to this experience, and then now I can relate to women's birth even more. But the thing about it is, after they give birth, what do they do when they give you the baby? I love you. My mom was telling me I was, bloody or whatever, or, it doesn't matter. They kiss you and they hug you, and there's an unconditional love that happens after the pain.
It's love at first sight. This is what I tell people from the day you're born, you're blessed with love at first sight. Yes, Ankit.
So
David,
go ahead.
So I just wanted to know, one thing that while you were having your survivor journey, do you think that there were any racism, or you think that the black person can't treat me, or the white can't treat me, or you are a Muslim or a Christian or things like that? Or it's all about getting the work done and working like a team?
Say that again. Say that last
So
time.
I think, because there's some reverb, I think what he's asking is through your journey, were you ever treated prejudice because of your race, color, religion, creed? Like we're dealing with right now with black and whites and everything. Were you treated with any prejudice, or was it a unified medicine a unified goal to heal people without prejudice?
I tell you, I felt. I don't want to use these terms. I'm not a politician, but I want you guys to understand where the term comes from. I felt like I was the president of the United States.
David, can you put your mic a little closer, because I can't hear you clearly.
Yeah, just
mic a little closer. Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yeah, better. Way better.
Okay. So what was interesting about it, I felt like I was the president of the United States, and I'm not a politician. I'm just saying the way that God brought this one doctor that believed, only one made a phone call when I was given a death sentence, and he believed that he could try something. And when I woke up after my surgery, I had 7 doctors in white robes watching me, waiting for me to wake up after a 12-hour surgery, after 14 hours in the emergency room, in the operating room. And, even the guys that had to keep their eye on my oxygen level, I thanked them profusely because I could have been a vegetable.
Yeah.
And they literally watched for hours that little gauge to make sure my oxygen level in my brain didn't go lower. And I literally felt like this team was brought literally for me to live.
Yeah.
I mean, I tell you, there is no doubt in my mind. You can look at all my interviews. I always say, God had a purpose for my life. He put the right people in my life to get me through it. But I still had to make a choice. We still have to get up. We still have things to do. Nothing happens without us choosing. I had to choose to eat. I had to choose to get up. I had to choose to work out. I had to choose to believe. The first thing, to have hope and believe. So nothing happened. Everything's been a divine appointment. Even Kimberly, how we met, that story's crazy. I just showed up for one of my friends, that my partner in crime, Gary, who does my production team, and he shows up. He said, "Come with me." I show up, and then Kimberly's like, "Hey, you're gonna do interviews today." I'm like, "What?" and I took over.
I was handed. Yeah, I couldn't do both interviews. I had lined up interviews over here and lined up, and I said, "Okay, you're designated. You're the one." Because I've heard about your interviews with a Survivor, and I've not really seen them, but I saw your presence. The minute you walked in the door, I'm like, yeah, this guy's got that. He knows what he's doing. So you know, there are times when people are brought together, but you were the first other person besides me to say live on IBM TV. And I think you put a more powerful punch to it than I did. So I appreciate that. But he took over. He interviewed some of the world's most famous NFL and NBA players, and
he was happy to be live on IBM TV.
No, live is the number one thing.
It was live. It was our first. We had two shows going on at the same time. First time that had ever been done, ever. In fact, I was told by StreamYard they had never done this before, and I was told by my boss. My boss called me and goes, "What on earth are you doing? We've never done this before." And I go, "Trust me."
Well, and that's the thing, trust. You know, I've been hosting shows since I was 18 years old. I've been on TV, I've been acting, I've been modeling, all that stuff. But what was interesting about it was, the fact that Kimberly just trusted me. And here's the thing, when you give me, you know, everybody here knows about love languages, right? Everybody here knows love languages. So my love language has always been touch and words of affirmation. If you give me words of affirmation about what I do, you have God has done things through me that I can't even explain. And Kimberly gave me that. I took over, but Kimberly, the interviews, you gave me permission and you allowed me to be me. And I literally broke these people down to basically telling me their story.
Their human story. Their human story.
To be interviewing them about what they were going to do, but the Players Association, but they ended up telling me their story. I wanted the truth. I wanted to pull everything from them because that's what I do on my shows. And Kimberly just said, keep going. But then the best part was when I interviewed Kimberly at the Mondrian Hotel. And oh my gosh, she opened up at the Frost Theater, and then at the Mondrian, she opened up to me, and it was such a blessing to listen to her story. It was a beautiful thing.
Well, your story is amazing. I think these things inspire people, and I'm like you. Several times, by the grace of God, the right doctor just happened to walk by, and in the moment when I was dying and the ER was writing me off, a doctor was going home that night. He was going home from a full day of work, and he walked through the ER, and he stopped. He didn't have to stop. There were 100 people in the ER, and he saw me bleeding out. And he asked one question. I don't remember anything after that. To be honest with you, I was kind of passing out by that point. So I do know that they put me onto the floor where people never go home. They died there. I was the favorite patient there. Like you said, you felt like the president because I finally woke up and they're like, she's going to live. So I became like, and I even asked the guy, why am I getting so much attention? And he goes, do you know how many people don't live on this floor? He goes, this is unbelievable. He goes, we love you right now. So I feel by the grace of God because, and that doctor, his nurse called me every week, every day for months and told me nobody ever lives at the stage I was at ever, that I have a purpose in life and I better do it. And I'm like, well, what is it? She goes, that's not for me to find. We saved you. It's up for you to do your purpose in life. And she called me every week to tell me how many people died that week from what happened to me. She would call and share stories. And, you know, you would think that would be depressing after a while. But after a while, I started feeling I have to have a purpose, you know. So what is it, Anko?
And there is one interesting thing that during the relationship between a doctor and a patient, doctor sees a lot of patients who are alive and who died during the treatment. But patient have some kind of different bond with the doctor as compared to doctor because doctor is seeing a lot of patients.
Yeah.
So for them, it's like every patient is equal. But for patient, the world is different because he connects and he's emotionally carried away with a lot of things. But David, does that happen now as well? Are you in touch with those people who helped you during that time?
Yeah, it's funny you talk about your doctor, Kimberly. So my doctor made the phone call. I was in the emergency room. He takes me to Sylvester Cancer, Jackson Memorial at the time. And I meet him that morning. I met him around 1 o'clock in the morning. And he came in with this straight face, like, you know, very doctorish. And I said to him, I was smiling and making jokes. Now, I was on morphine, so I was a little high, probably.
It helps.
But I remember saying to him, I said, and I remember it directly, it was one of those visions that you have that stays in your mind forever. And I said, Dr. Benedetto, right? He goes, yeah, I'm your favorite patient. And I said this is the first time I met him. And I said to him, you know you're God's instrument. God's going to heal me, and you're his instrument. And he looked at me like I was on drugs. I was out. And I wrote it in an envelope just to kind of proclaim it. You know, sometimes you just have to kind of declare it and decree it. Yeah. And I wrote it in an envelope and I said, God was going to heal me. Dr. Benedetto's my instrument. And he said that to me again one time. I said, why would you say that? I said, because you're the only one that called. No one else wanted to touch me with a 10-foot pole. No one wanted me to fly to Indiana, to Boston, to Sloan Kettering. No doctor, no hospital wanted my case. They gave me days to live. And you decided to make a phone call. And I always compare it to being on death row. I've never been to jail, by the way. But I'm just thinking, if you're on death row and all of a sudden they call and say he's innocent, let him go. I felt like that was the call. I felt like that was the call to say, it was almost like God saying to me, are you going to answer the call? I'm going to give you this opportunity. What are you going to do with your life? And then 3 weeks later, when I woke up at 124 pounds, in the little picture there, I made a promise that day. And I said, God, I'll tell your story if you heal me for the rest of my life. And 13 years later, I've been telling my story nonstop.
You're still doing it. And, you know, I know the feeling with my disease. Now, when I had the incident of dying, that was from all the medications they had been giving me and my organs shut down. But for years, no doctors would touch me because of my disease. Like they never, some of them never even heard of it. So if I was rushed to the emergency room for whatever problems and they found out I had syringomyelia, they wouldn't even touch me. They would not even treat me. And it's not a contagious disease. They were scared that they would hurt me.
Yeah.
So
or that they would fail.
I get it. Or they would fail. So I get it, David. I know when you got that death sentence given to you that nobody wants to help you. But one doctor there's 2 doctors in the country, and one lived here, and I got the phone call. My personal physician had always loved me like a daughter, and he's the one who made the call to him and said, "Can you help her? Can you save her?" He performed a rare surgery, one of the rarest surgeries ever, so rare that the insurance wouldn't pay for it. It had failed 5 other times with patients with my disease, and he designed the tool to do it. And he's a Christian. He prays and sings music while he operates. It was a 8 to 10 hour surgery, kind of like what you're talking about. And he designed that tool, and it arrived that morning before my surgery. But what I liked about him, like you were talking about, is when they wait around for you to wake up, because I wouldn't wake up, and they were getting worried about it. And it would have been 10 to 12 hours after the surgery, and I still refused to wake up. And he was standing over me, almost like he was praying, please wake up. And when I woke up, I was so happy to see him that I was crying, because that meant I lived. And he was crying. But knowing me, I say thank you, but you know how you're on drugs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, my mouth is really dry, and you know what I asked for? Can I have some ice cream?
Chocolate ice cream.
I was about to share the same story. So when my brother was in hospital, so I used to go there early morning. Like I start at 6:30 from my home, so that I can reach early. And then we used to, cook something for him, because he doesn't like to eat hospital food.
Yeah.
So some small thing or whatever it is, that makes him happy. And also on the other hand, he's depressed because when we are out, when we have to go at home, basically at around evening time. So he has that 12 hours of time where no one is close to him, and he does that chemo and all those things going on, radiation and all those therapies. But the person becomes very depressed and very, upset, and he doesn't know what to do if he's not with a good will. That's what I talk about. If the person doesn't have a willpower, it's difficult for them to survive. But do you think, David, there should be a lot of motivational lectures or some kind of motivational stories or movies or things like that happen in the hospital? Because the atmosphere is very dull. As an attendant, I can go out and make myself relax and divert my mind. But for a patient who's there in the hospital for like 3 weeks or 3 months, it's difficult for them to get the things done. And then it's not easy to just watch television and then just see what's happening around. And also television is also nothing but more about news and politics, basically. It's not IBM TV. So,
well, Ankit, I want to say one thing that I feel like I should share with you is the fact that, first of all, my condolences go out to, your brother. But I want to say to you that your brother still lives through you. The work that you're doing, and you're supposed to continue his legacy. He's not done yet. So you have to share his story. You have to share his passion for life. And that is what I've always believed. My father passed away 2 years ago. I'm still his legacy. Mm-hmm. I still continue to share him. And so remember, that's what gives us a healing power, is to know that he's still with us. Remember, we're still a spiritual being. My father's still with me. So don't ever, and I always say my father did pass away, but my father's still with me. I always make sure I connect the dots, because I still speak to my father. I can still live for my father. You still can live for your brother, and that will give you even more of a passion for life, because now it's not just about you, it's about your brother, and you can't let him down.
No.
So
I completely agree.
Whatever he went through, you got to continue to go. You got to continue to push, because it's not. Here's the thing about life. We all have gone through stuff in life that we give up on ourselves sometimes. Sure. But how many times, all you coaches and all you amazing people that I'm looking at, beautiful faces, how many times would you do something for someone else?
Anytime.
Yeah, that's true. And we need to do more of that. And David, you brought up a good thing just about the legacy, and how that legacy is not just you have kids. You mentioned that a couple of times. But the legacy is also for those of us that don't have kids, because I don't have any kids, but I've got 2 nephews. I've got a whole slew of people that I definitely consider to be part of my family, but they're part of like a bigger spiritual family. So even though I may not have any direct kids, I feel that I do have kids that are not necessarily my kids. They're people that I might mentor in one way or another, or encourage in one way or another. I know that one of my favorite people, and he actually recently passed not that long ago, who I know Kimberly knows as well, was Baba Chuck Davis, who was an amazing dancer and an amazing person, but never had any kids of his own. Some people may have even wondered about lifestyle choices and things of that nature, but that's irrelevant. But I'm just saying, but for whatever reason, had no kids of his own. But I can tell you that Baba Chuck Davis probably influenced, I would argue, millions, if not hundreds of thousands. And Kim is shaking her head, so I think that she's probably agreeing with me that being a global figure, that he definitely influenced a whole lot of people around what he did, because he was a dance ambassador around the world. I mean, he traveled to Africa, he traveled to other parts of other, I think he traveled to some other countries other than African countries, and he definitely traveled all over the United States. So he's definitely one of those amazing figures that is a person that made an impact, and still, like you said, continues to make an impact. I mean, he passed away not that long ago, but his impact is still going on. The same I could say with Phil Freelon, who just recently passed away and designed the African American Museum, but was a family friend. But definitely these folks have impacted a lot of society and still continue to impact society. I don't know if you're familiar, and I'm going to be quiet for a minute or anything. I don't know if you're familiar with Trevi McDonald's book, but she wrote a book, and she's a friend of mine that is a professor here. And one of my friends was actually in the book. It's called How We Got Over Testimonies of Faith, Hope, and Courage. And one of my friends is a gentleman by the name of Brett Chambers. And Brett Chambers, in one of our storms, was actually taken underneath water. And he was with a Muslim lady, I believe. But that water and their faith, their separate faith, is what got them through, because they hydroplaned in such a way that they were literally under the water and did not know whether they would survive. So he's actually one of the people that is featured in the book, but it's talking about how faith and hope and courage is what got them through that incident, because they were one of our times, because North Carolina oftentimes will have floods. And it was one of those times that the flood was heavy. At that time, he was a TV producer for one of our TV stations, and he actually went underneath the water, and the water was way over on top of the car. So like I said, there was some question as to whether they would even survive, but he was one of the people featured in Trevi's book. So if you're not familiar with that book, I would strongly urge you to check it out.
I want to introduce David to the IBM TV family and our habits. But we've also got these little signs that we give each other. I don't know if you noticed it, but first off, if somebody pops in, we even if someone's talking, we try to pleasantly say hello. We also have this sign that we're all connected. So whenever you hear something talk and we all feel it, we all connect. You'll see us do this. I don't know if you've seen us do this. Okay, we're all uniform.
I don't know what it meant.
And the world is one. Okay. And we love each other. This is the sign of love. The two fingers like this, and love. Two fingers like a triangle, right? We all love each other. And of course, we got namaste. And then we've got other signs. Live and let live, unless you're in America.
Live and let live. And this one's this way. This one is this way.
Yeah, and this one is manifest your destiny with prayer, right? So this is all about
make the triangle.
This is a pyramid of going up, right? The blessings going up. But this is how we meditate, and this is the homework that our coach is giving us for a week to manifest, breathe in deep and manifest our destiny. And one of the good things we learned today, and I learned as well yesterday from some scientists, is that we should be breathing in deep to fill our lungs with the COVID going around. So one of the things I learned, and so our Dr. Sagu, encourages it because it helps build the cavities. But also when you stretch your lungs out, the scientists are finding out the COVID can't stick to it. So when it's at full capacity, like a balloon, instead of sticking to it, this is what they're learning. So breathe in deep, meditating, focus. But all the things you shared are just things that you and I have connected on. Many times we've stayed connected. And many times I'll meet somebody and I don't ever get to see them again. And we didn't do that. We even through all of this COVID mess. But I don't know if you know the story. After the Frost Museum, I got locked in there. Did you know that?
Oh yeah.
You heard that
That was
story?
bad.
So it was like midnight at the museum. Nobody could get in, and the
Nope.
guards were gone, and I couldn't
They
get
locked
out.
her in.
Like the gates had closed down. They were letting the animals out. And I was there, and there was no, I kept hitting the emergency button. I guess it was broke. The elevators wouldn't work. And I'm sitting there for probably an hour and a half, and I'm watching, the animals in the big aquarium swim. And then I see these divers come in to clean the tank. And I'm like, okay, thank you, God. But God was making me sit and think about things, right? So I got videotapes of me going, I'm not afraid. And I was taking pictures of the museum, and Scarlett's outside, trying to get in. Oh my God, I can't get you, and my signal wasn't working. But I got videotapes of me going, I'm not afraid. I know things are going to work. I'm calm. It was beautiful. Oh my God. If you want to impress a date, rent that museum at night. Go sit on the 3rd or 4th floor, overlook the aquarium, and
Kimberly's
watch
love tip.
What?
But Kimberly, I'm busting with questions, but first I want to say hello to my favorite Philly fan, Lynn Shepard. And, but I also want to ask Coach Kumar, did you have something you wanted to share?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was listening to David, and then Kim also shared this, that we all come here on this planet Earth with a purpose. And in all the ups and downs of our lives, we forget, or we just do not want to find what our purpose is. So this is a book I went for a break to find out. This is a book from which my spiritual journey started. And this is called Many Lives, Many Masters by Dr. Brian Weiss. When I started reading this book, it talks about reincarnations and how do souls transfer from one body to another, and what is the purpose. So how I decoded it, and what I share with people, that take yourself or your soul as you are a student. Your parents send you to a hostel to study a particular semester or a particular course. So when you finish that course with distinction and good marks, what happens? You come back home to your parents. But if you fail, or if you do not get the lesson, not fail, but if you do not get the lesson properly, you are again sent to the hostel, and you have to spend your time there and studying the same chapter again and again. So that's what David was also sharing, is that when we stop asking why this is happening to me or my loved ones, and we start asking what is this teaching me, what is the message from this thing, what is happening to me, then we find our purpose. And when we start living it, we come together, and the universe conspires. This is what we say here, and there's a phrase in Hindi here, a movie dialogue which says, किसी चीज को इतनी शिद्दत से चाहो कि पूरी कायनात उसे तुम्हें मिलाने की साजिश करती है. So that means that if you love something with all your heart and soul, even the universe conspire to give that to you. So when you know your purpose, so you come together and meet like-minded people, as we all are sitting here and discussing on the same topic, and we all have something in common to share from our experiences, that yes, we all come here with a purpose. And when we stop asking why this is happening to me, and we shift our question to what this is teaching me, then all the shift happens in our lives.
No, that's beautiful.
Well, that's very beautiful. Jim, before you get to your point and everything, I just had a quick comment to something that you said earlier. I think it might have been before you ducked out. And that's that I've noticed a lot of times you're talking about the need for art. You were talking to David about the need for art and the need for different things around the hospital. And I agree that that's a great thing and a great way that we use get the hospital patients involved and everything. But have you ever noticed that so often the stuff is outside in the public realm? And I don't know that the patients get enough of the use of it, because that's where my concern is that I have some friends that have put up art in one of our local hospitals, a world-renowned hospital here in Durham. I'll just call it that, and that ought to tell you what I'm talking about. But they put up art there, and then they've had people that have performed and done other things. But my concern is that the people that should be getting the relaxation and the thing from the art are the patients, and the artists aren't necessarily coming to them. So I was just wondering, did you have any experience with any art or anything while you were in your hospital? Because oftentimes when I see these places, they're in the public part of the domain in the hospital. They're not in some place that the actual hospital people can see them unless they're toward the end of their stay.
Have you ever seen Calendar Girl? Yeah, I think it was directed to you. Have you ever seen Calendar Girl? Because when David mentioned that, I was thinking Calendar Girl, right? The girls, the movie where they went and collected money to put a beautiful waiting room for the patients. But David, you couldn't be more than right. The people need art for healing. One of the things that was brought into my room was a violinist. A student violinist came, and he was traveling from room to room to room, and the music truly awakened me. Even though I was unconscious, I could hear it. So I agree with you, David. I think we need to beautify. But before things get kind of crazy around here, because we got a lot going on, David, I want to offer to you an opportunity to distribute your celebration on IBM TV tonight when you're doing it. Well, if you send us a link.
Well, yeah, I still have the YouTube. I think I still have YouTube. I think I can still sign through YouTube, right?
Yeah, you can just sign us the link and Ankit will share it. Yep.
I'd love to do that. So, but I wanted to share one thing with Mark. I wanted to say one thing real quick. It was about the art. A lot of the hospitals, my foundation is for children with cancer. A lot of the hospitals, it's the same thing with every room has to be clean and empty. And the reason why they do that way is because they don't want to have, it's the same thing with the spiritual talk. It's the same thing with bringing someone that can pray for you or something. They don't want to offend anybody. They don't want to have to pray. It's all about the doctor. And just like my doctor, if I talked to my doctor about faith, he wouldn't say really anything. But what's really cool is now that I survived, I have my doctor on video talking about how my faith gave him faith to keep going. So that was the turnaround. But the reason why hospitals, at least Sylvester, and they don't do that is because each room has to be clean. If somebody wants something in, they have to ask for it. And I think they do it more to protect themselves, really. I know how it sounds, but they do. When I do an event for the kids, I have to go to a room, and the kids have to come to that room, because if I come to them, I have to get all this kind of red tape permission to go through it.
It is crazy that we have to go through so much red tape just to give a goodwill effort. I think when we do shows like this, which is, keep it to the quality that we've been keeping it, that people will come, right? And we will inspire the people who need us. And that is something I have noticed, because somebody keeps asking me, well, how many viewers do you have? And I actually, to be honest with you, we quit counting. It hit 100,000, and I'm like, okay, I'm not even going to work. We focus on the content. But let me tell you, the reason why I say this is not just our quality, but the quality of viewers that come to us, because I'll get phone calls from venture capitalists or from some of the wealthiest people in the world, and they'll go, I was watching your show. I like it. What can we do to help? And that's what this is about, is how can we help? And how can we help you? Go ahead, Ankit. It's what I was going to ask, is how we can help.
As far as the viewers is concerned, someone asked me that how many viewers we have. So the answer is that if you can count your hairs, I can count my viewers.
If you can count my hairs, I can count. That's a good one for a bald guy.
That's it.
But here's the other thing. It's, to me, the quality of right content, and that's what somebody called me about. And he said, he goes, you have the right content, and it's just going to keep growing. And that's what we want. We want to spread the good, the healthy. We're not here to bleed and lead. We're here to share and inspire life and living. And if we have to, peaceful crossovers, right? like Coach was telling us, we don't really leave, right? I think we just pass on, like you were saying. Your dad's legacy passes on to you. Ankit's brother, his life passed on to him. My father and mother passed on through their children. So if we take this as life living on, then maybe we're more respectful and do the right things. But like minds gather, and that way you can grow the missions. We have Tish here. I don't know if anyone knows. Hi. She's
we are starting a new show with Tish, and the show name is Plant a Good Seed, and that is what we are talking about. So Tish, can you introduce yourself and about the show?
Yeah, the whole premise of Plant a Good Seed is exactly what you're talking about. It's about contribution and not competition. Plant a Good Seed is my personal simplistic life philosophy. That is, no matter where you are, find the opportunity to plant a good seed. And the point is that don't expect for you to reap it, right? Expect that you're giving it to who we're connected to, because we're all connected, right? And the better we can help each other and lift each other up, the better it is. So just if you see an opportunity, take it, do it, give it to somebody else, because you know what? They may pass it down the line, and they may pass it down the line, and they may pass it down the line. But even if they don't, you do the right thing, and that's the way it works.
And I appreciate that. I think our coach, she left. I was going to get her to give us some more play work.
Yeah.
She hasn't been feeling well, and she made a special effort just to come. But sometimes when you make those efforts, you feel good, right? Yeah. So she hasn't been feeling well, and she needs her rest. And I appreciate the fact that she beamed in. But we have our sponsor, Lynn, from the Family Dollar Store, and his sponsorship is all about goodwill. He donates and is donating from now until the end of August 100% of the money that they generate from the online dollar store to our mission, which is closing the gap between poverty and sustainability. And that is literacy, right? Because I believe that if we close that gap and we educate people, we reduce crime, right? We reduce starvation. Just like planting a seed, when you teach a person to grow their food, they'll never go hungry. Unless they're me and they kill every plant.
Black thumb.
Thank you, Len. David, you want to say something?
No, so you want to meet? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, David.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, David. Go on.
I was just going to say that, I love the way that we're all really in one accord. I really love the way that everybody's kind of answering each other's questions and communicating, and that's really hard to find. So like attracts like Kimberly said. So but I wanted to share this. I don't know why I wanted to share this, but going back to the topic of legacy, one of the things that I remember after losing my father was the fact that I always lived to make them proud, right? We always lived to make our family proud. And I don't know if you ever watched the movie The Shack. Have you ever seen that movie?
I haven't seen it, but I know the movie you're talking about.
Yeah, and it's a kind of a spiritual story of God in the Trinity. But there was a part in the movie where he sees his father, and that was a big thing for him. And because he wanted kind of that approval of that thing, and his father had passed away. And God, in many forms, but in that form, brings him to this pasture, this green pasture, beautiful, beautiful pasture. And there's all these little lights. And it was something that I was praying for after my father passed away. And he was saying, David, one day when you get to heaven, you'll get to see how many people you actually touch. You might not ever get to listen to every single person that you've impacted. And the reason I say that is because there were people praying for me from all walks of life, sending me cards, sending me letters, all kinds of stuff, people praying at churches and synagogues and all this stuff. But here's the thing, I might never get to meet them. And my prayer is always that they find out that I live. But I felt like today when I'm listening to you, all of you, is the fact that one day we'll be able, this content and this Spiritual Saturday and this show that you guys are creating, you'll never know what person you touched today. But I promise you, you are. And that vision is always so clear to me that I can be in heaven and look at all these little beady lights light up.
That's right.
And I'll be able to see that many people actually listen to my message. So remember that. But if you don't tell your story, you're doing a disservice. You're basically not allowing one person that needs to hear your story today.
And David, you're so right. And I know we got to get to Trish, but you're so right, because I'm thinking about like how even with prayer, I don't always, like I always was praying. I had a friend of mine, I mentioned him the last time that you were on, who had a stroke and actually survived that stroke. I did not go to the hospital because I am not a hospital person. I don't like hospitals. So I actually did a lot of prayer for him and actually continued. And we are still the best of buddies, the best of friends. We've actually worked on several projects together. But he knows that even when he was in the coma, I wasn't going to the hospital, because just me and hospitals, we don't necessarily get along. It's a personal bias that I have against hospitals. But he knows that I was definitely there for him, but I was there for him by giving him prayers and other positive thoughts. So like I said, he's aware of that. He knows how much he means to me and everything. But definitely a lot of times folks are thinking that they've got to be in that space, but you can be in the space also spiritually and mentally without always being in the space physically.
Yes.
Well, and I want to share.
I think before we start the conversation, I think Tish, would you like to introduce the guest? She's waiting backstage.
Oh, yes, backstage. But just 1 second to light on David's message there. There is a book called 5 People You Meet in Heaven. And it is precisely what you're talking about. So I'm glad you brought that up, because I'm going to go get that book and start reading it again. It's one of my favorites. But I think you're right, and I'm glad you reminded me of that message, because I needed to hear that today. So thank you. But yeah, we got Tish has brought some guests today. We've also need to talk to Lynn, because he comes on the show every day, and we need Lynn to share with us what we can do to make things better, not just for the dollar store, because that's not why he does this, but for everybody else. But go ahead, Tish, share with us what you got.
Fantastic. I have Frida Darmawan with us today.
All right.
And Frida, is she there?
Yes.
There she is. Hey, Frida.
Hi, everyone. How are you doing?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Let me read a little bit about Frida so you know a little bit about Frida. She was born in Indonesia, a country where women are not as esteemed as men. Regardless of that fact, she was still able to become an entrepreneur and owner of a large manufacturing company, and it was there that she had her first taste of what independent business ownership feels like and what it can provide in terms of time, freedom, and income. But political instability in her country forced her to sell that business and move to America in hopes of freedom and a peaceful life. All of her time and energy was then devoted to her 4 young children until 2012, when her youngest child was getting ready to graduate from high school. She never lost the passion to be her own boss, make her own money. So as her last bird began to fly the nest, she began to search for a business of her own. At the age of 50, can you believe she's over 50? Check her out. She went back to school, and she spent years training at Duke to be a health coach. But what she loves is planting good seeds, not only in her garden, but also good thoughts and good deeds that are so beneficial to her soul. She's a wife, a mom to 4 amazing grandchildren, 4 amazing children, and 3 cutest grandchildren who she loves to spoil whenever she has a chance. She's not good at politics, but she is. And she doesn't intend to be a political player. Her favorite show is NCIS, and she loves it because the bad guys always lose.
Yay.
And the last thing about her is she loves traveling, and she's sad that we're currently banned from traveling to Europe, as her daughter and her family are now in Paris waiting for her. So that's a little bit about Frida.
Welcome to the Lions Den.
Welcome.
Welcome to the IBM TV family. Just for a minute, I have to do what Nick does because Nick's not here. Is you are watching IBM.TV. We are on Spiritual Saturday, where we are inspiring healthier and better spiritual minds for mental fitness, spiritual fitness, so that we can survive all these things that are happening. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you for. I feel so honored to be here and be in the IBM family. It's always my fan, IBM. IBM is just close by to our home, and it's just, I have a lot of friends as well in IBM, and I just love the company.
Well, thank you. So share with us, we heard some magnificent part of your story. It sounds like after the children left the nest, you didn't just change a chapter in your book, you started a book, right? That's what I tell people sometimes. I didn't change a chapter. You started a whole new book, but pioneering the way for women from your country. What is that? And I'm taking from Tish's interview, and I'm sorry. What does it feel like?
Yeah, so as you know, when we move to a different country, it's like talking different language, culture, everything. It was really hard. It was really shocking for all of our family. But we know that the greatest thing that we learned is how to adapt, because like this kind of pandemic situation, it's not that the strongest will survive. It's not the lame will survive, but the one who can adapt will survive. So I was adapting the culture, the language, everything that I know how to really be into the society. That's how I survived. So the kids, everybody also survived. And they went into maybe a little bit difficult time in the beginning, but children are easy to adapt. So I'm not sure really what was your questions, but
you answered it quite well. Tish, I'm going to give you the ball, but because this is quite interesting. What a beautiful story that we are engaging here about planting good seeds, right? But it's the nurturing that's important. So
it's time. It's time for the nurturing aspect of our society. We've got so many different energies, and we have to bring it back, right? We have to take care of each other. We have to plant the seeds, and that's what global citizenship is all about. And there's nobody better to share that than Frida, because she so understands it. And in fact, she even, let me tell a little bit about how I first met you. I was at a Carrie Chamber Expo, and there were just tons of people, and people would come up. In my booth, I brought in the elements. I had the diffuser, the water fountain, the plants, the air, all of the stuff. And most people came up and they wanted to touch stuff, and they just started talking, which is great. That's fun. Yay, right? And then here comes Frida, and she just kind of stands there and looks. And then she stands there and looks, and then she comes up and she asks me just a little question, and she listens. She doesn't talk, she listens. And then she gave me one of the best business advice that nobody's ever said to me, just right there. And she said, you're in business for yourself. You need 7 sources of income. And that was just the start of it, right? Because that was just totally like, hey, you're doing this. I've done this. Let me share with you totally freely. Never met you before in my life. But let me share with you something that you can build a foundation on and be strong for the rest of your life if you so choose, right?
I get it.
And let me go back to something that the fellow, I believe I'm sorry, I don't know your name, right there, the blue shirt. Yes,
David. He's new. He's not new to me, but he's new to IBM TV. So really. I want to say in his defense here, he was the first to say live on IBM TV back in January. So,
But I want to touch on something. We're going totally off agenda, but I think that's totally fun. But you said something about silence and about speaking and speaking your truth, and it's so funny because that I saw this week, and I thought it was perfect, and especially for IBM TV. Silence is a fence around wisdom. right? So we all have an obligation to plant a good seed by speaking our truths with compassion and intelligence, right? And that's what we're all here to do.
Correct.
That's very beautiful.
Silence is a fast on wisdom.
Most people, well, I'm not going to go on another tangent down another rabbit hole because I want to stay on this topic. So, but David is a survivor twice of a very deadly cancer. So he is very inspirational, as well as Frida is, who has pioneered past challenges that most people don't get past. And that's what I think makes this great is many of us have these experiences, but it's sharing it, like David said. It's not well perceived if you just hold it to yourself, right?
Exactly. And that's part of what stood out to me about Frida is she's so willing to help share her wisdom where it's needed. That's the other thing is you don't want to spread all the seeds to barren soil, right?
And Tish, Mark over here, and this is actually for both David and for Frida. I think that there are way too many people that are walking around society that don't live their purpose. They are afraid to step into their purpose, afraid to know their purpose, things of that nature. I have friends of mine that actually have used the term that they're walking ghosts and things of that nature because they don't really follow into their purpose. So I was just curious to hear from both Frida and David, how did you get to your purpose and how did you find your purpose? So I'd like to hear from both of you. And since it's Tish's show, we'll start with Frida. But I'd also like to hear from David. How did you find what that purpose was? Because I do feel that there's too many people that are walking around that don't know their purpose. And that's a shame in a lot of ways.
Okay, so I'm muted. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so to know your purpose is not easy. I'm telling you, it's not easy. For one thing, it's not like God talking to us. Hey, Mark, this is what you're going to do. It's not that way. But what I found was he gives you desire in your heart that only you and only you and only you knows what is it. Your willingness to listen to it and yield to it is another thing. But when you have that desire, and then you will have that peace. And you can only get that when, like what he said, silence. When you are silent, when you're waiting on the Lord, waiting to hear that desire, then you will hear what you want. Another thing that I want to mention here about the desire is you cannot hear it when it's noisy.
Right.
It has to be, when you're quiet, when you are silent, looking for an understanding on how it goes about. It's like a wind. You are walking, and then when you're listening to iPod and all that, you kind of don't know about the wind. But when you are quiet and listen to that wind, you kind of feel the breeze. You kind of like, oh, it's blowing my hair. Oh, the wind is coming from here, this way, and not from this. You kind of know in your intuitive place, in your heart. And then that desire will give you that peace. Peace that passes through all understanding, that no one can understand it. And first of all, maybe when you talk to your spouse or to your family or to your kids, anyone or your friends, they will say, I don't think that is from God. But once you know that calling, once you know your purpose, you kind of like ingrained to your bones and your flesh. And then you will be true to yourself, be true to your dream, and the dream will come true to you. Like planting this seed. I love plant a good seed. This theme is so true. I have that quote that Tish asked me, what is the quote that you really want to say? I have one quote. The harvest cannot be prevented.
The harvest cannot be prevented.
The harvest cannot be prevented. So what it means is like this: when you plant a seed, when you have plant a good seed, okay?
Lots of water.
You water it. And then after that, you're waiting with persistence. That seed that you plant, you cannot even prevent the harvest. Cannot prevent it. The harvest cannot be prevented. That's a quote that I love so much that I always have it. Like, I plant a seed on teas, like, hey, teas, you have to, do you know that there are many sources of income when we go into a business? There's only not one. It opens up the window and the door for her. Hey, that's true. This is not my only source. I have 7 other sources that I need to meet. So that is opening the door for your desire. So once you have known about your desire, your heart will eventually open up for another one, for another different door, for another different door. But whatever you plant, the harvest cannot be prevented. I have never sown a seed, several seeds, of good seed though. It's not a bad seed. And then it never come up with something for me. Never. That's the law of the nature. When you plant a good seed, the harvest cannot be prevented.
That's awesome.
I hope you you receive it.
Yes.
Well, and I have been always operating on that, whether in good deeds or in my business or in my lifestyle, in my family lifestyle, in talking to my kids. You know, I plant a good seed on them. I don't know when I will reap the harvest, but I plant a good thought on them, because I know that the harvest cannot be prevented once I plant a good seed.
So powerful.
That's beautiful, Freda.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you.
very powerful. I was here, David. I was had asked you that same question, and I just was not taking over Trish or anything, because it's all your show and you do a great job. But the other thing that I know that I'm guilty of sometimes, and I've mentioned it on my own show because I do a show here on IBM on Monday afternoons, is I've had a number of guests, and I've talked about the fact that sometimes we fire ourselves, meaning that we have these great goals, these great things that we want to do, but we're too busy firing ourselves. In other words, we don't even get a chance to get fired or to lose the opportunities because we're too busy putting roadblocks in our own head as to why we shouldn't do it. And agree with what Tisha said. We point at our own noggin and are basically like, nope, we can't do it, we can't do this, or we can't do that. So, David, how did you find your purpose? And then I'll let Tisha go back to the conversation.
Yeah, I love Freda, everything you said, I can connect with, this. First of all, I always talk about that. You have to plant a seed, you have to water it, and, and then it will harvest at God's timing. That's the frustration. The frustration is that we want it on our time and it doesn't come. It always comes. But when it does come from God, it's an amazing miracle. My purpose was revealed through cancer. And I've always said that. I think that it's through our challenges that it reveals our purpose. So we want to keep looking for purpose, but it's the hardest thing to do is because you have to really look at yourself and define the challenges in your life. And if a lot of people are not willing to do that, unfortunately, because it is hard. It's the hardest thing to do is to define yourself and to work on yourself. We could do so much for so many others, and we could do so much for our businesses, but we forget about ourselves. And what I always tell people is take that time away to find out about you first and find out what really truly you want. Now, the other part of that message Freda mentioned was about desire. I always believe that God wants us to have the desires of our heart. That's biblical. Now, the desires of our heart only come when we accept God as the one guiding the ship. In other words, as the one, taking us to our journey. When we try to control the journey, then the desires are not his. desires are just whatever we want at that moment. I want a new car. I want a new house. I want this. I want that. When I accepted that I wanted God's purpose for my life to be my purpose, then the desires become his desires for my life, which were pretty much all my dreams. Because the realistic part is that the last 13 years of being cancer-free, I've had this amazing second life or third life, whatever you want to call it. I look back and I say, I can't believe that these were all my dreams, that they came true after cancer. And to a lot of people, like I did modeling and I did all that stuff before, but I never got a cover until I went through cancer. Now I've had 2 covers. I was never on television shows like Steve Harvey until I went through cancer. I was on stage in theater, but I was never a lead, or I was never one of the leads until after cancer. 5 years ago, I was in an amazing play, and we traveled to Atlanta and the Cobb Theater, and I've hosted over 40 shows in the last 12 years. And I look back and I'm like, how did that all happen? Well, because I believed in my purpose. I made a promise. I've continued to stay still and consistent. I've been consistent and obedient through this whole process. And then I believe that I'm going to continue to live my purpose and my dreams will come through it. In other words, the harvest will come through it. Now, everything that I'm doing now is planting seeds. My TV shows, my speaking, my women empowerment, all that stuff is I'm planting a seed. Now, I just ask God to allow me more time on this earth to be able to see the harvest. That's the one thing I pray about. Because every day to me, I live like it's my last. And because of that, I'm able to accomplish so much, right? But that's my prayer, because some of us will never get to see our harvest until we are passed on. You know, and I don't want to say unfortunately. I mean, I look at someone like Kobe Bryant. I look at other people that have passed on after they're gone. Wow, what a difference! The crossover from just not even a basketball player, but to be a father figure, to be able to witness what he did after he's made mistakes. And I'm just saying his name, but just think of anyone that passed on, that their legacy has grown to the point that they will never be forgotten. And so again, that's kind of where I'm living is my legacy will be through other people, through the people that I impacted. And the tribute that I'm doing tonight on IBM TV, I just found out, I'll be at 6 o'clock live. It's going to be exactly that. It's going to be about being grateful and gratitude for all those people that have been a part of this 13 years. Most of the people that are going to be shown in that tribute, I would have never met. I would have never met if I would have died 14 years ago. I would have never met them. And David, the fact that I met them and I was obedient enough to share this story with them, and now they're living their lives and planting seeds and watering them because they also want to live their purpose, is to me is absolutely just a blessing in so many ways. I can't even, there's no words for it.
David, I have
got a question for you, but just real quick. I think that Paul Gasol actually, I was reading an article earlier today where he was talking about, you mentioned Kobe, how he is still sharing that legacy with Kobe's wife, because he's actually communicating with her regularly. He and his wife are like sending out salutes like whenever those anniversaries happen. I think that they sent out like a cake on their wedding anniversary. They sent out something on Mamacita's, his daughter who passed in that tragic accident. They said that, I think it was on her birthday, but it was an article that I was reading earlier today, but it was just one of the most touching articles that I ever saw, because it actually showed what you were just talking about, how that legacy is still continuing, and Paul Gasol is carrying on that legacy by sharing these special dates with Kobe's wife.
Mark. I do have a question, and I'd like to, I'm going to address it to David, but it's to the panel. Anyone can pitch in to the answer here, because David, like myself, like David, did not have my spiritual awakening until I was faced with the health crisis that I was closer to death than to life. I call it a near life experience. And I'll share that story, but I'm going to share it tonight. I've already have a meeting that I have to attend and speak about what happened to me and how I had my spiritual awakening based on that. Why did I have to wait for that kind of life-threatening
Right.
illness
Right.
to get me
Right.
to start living the way I should have been living.
Correct.
So,
Because you had to.
because I had to.
Because you had to. You would never have. It's that whole thing of, you know, the universe will make you eventually. And unfortunately, some of us don't arrive where we're supposed to arrive until something pushes us and makes that alchemy inside of us, right? Where we're like, okay, darn it, now we're going to do it. You know, we're going to do it now. You know, forget the rest. Just like, you know, I can't imagine what it must have been like to have cancer. But that gave you like, I'm going for it. You know, there's no yesterday. We're going for it. So I think that, at least in my mind, unfortunately, it has to come sometimes through such difficult, but it makes us, it's part of our story. It's part of our picture. It's part of the strength that we have. And then we can share that with other people.
And sometimes it seems like we have to do it more than once because
Yes.
Trish, I mean, because Frida, you're the guest that Trish brought on. It seems to me that you had to do it not just once because you did it and currently with what you're going through now that you're here in America, but you also talked about the fact that you were facing some very serious biases based on gender and other things in your home country when you were creating these businesses. So there was a lot of things that were going on in your world that you had to fight those stereotypes even before you came to America. So it seems to me that you had to do these fights more than once. So could you share with us a little bit about those struggles that you did, not just here, but also in Indonesia? Because like I said, it sounds like you were a business leader in being a woman entrepreneur in your home country.
Oh, yes. So, look, political instability is nothing like what we have seen recently, which is only in that business community area where people are looting and things like that. But in Indonesia, the political instability went into residence area. Can you just imagine those masses went into residence area, looting our stuff from our home? And not only that, they raped the girls. So that was like very unimaginable. And I have lived through that situation many times, like 6-7 times in my life. And my parents have to go through all that. And they burn cars, everything the same, like what you have seen on the TV. In 1997, 1998, that was the last one. I said, I have 4 kids now. That's it. I have to go somewhere where I can find my freedom. That's where I went to United States because that's where my husband has the connection and he has that visa and all that. And so we moved in 1999. All then my energy was spent to raise my 4 young kids. The oldest were only 10 and my youngest were only 2. And so I was a homeschooling mom, like every mom now, homeschooling their kids virtual.
Yeah.
That's what we did for 17 years. But 2012, when it comes to when my last bird began to fly the nest, I said, I still have purpose in my life. I want to know what's my purpose. That's how I go silent. I go wait. I go one by one, step by step. Okay, I lost the touch of the world. I need to go back to school. Well, I went back to school and realized that my professor were only 30 years old. 50 years old. Oh my God, how am I going to...
My doctors are only 30.
Yeah, right.
How am I going to compete with these 18 years old kids just fresh from high school? But I did it anyway, and I graduated. But hey, persistence trumps every talent. Persistence trumps every talent. Because when you have that persistence in your life, you want to be successful in whatever age you are, you be persistent. Some of us are going through the July of our life. You know, July is so hot. You see other people's grass are greener than you, and your grass is dying. But you planted good seeds. You know, July of your life is so hard, so sweaty, and like hopeless, and you don't see anything coming out good from your planting. But be persistent, because persistent trumps every talent. You need to be persistent. Like David, you know, he is going to see the fruit of his harvest. He is, because he's persistent to it. But all you need is just that persistence, because every talent that you have is nothing. Like what I said earlier, the people who can survive in this pandemic is the one who can adapt. Not the strongest.
Yes.
Not the strongest, but the one who can adapt to it. Yes. You need to listen. You need to be silent and listen to what your heart is saying, your desire of your heart.
Yeah, because I think that too often we spend too much time, and I don't hear from David. I think we spend too much time worrying about what we don't have or what we haven't accomplished. Because, like I said, I'll just reveal it. I mean, it's not anything new. I've revealed it before on this show and several other shows. I'm 58 and I'm single. So, like I said, don't have the kids and the wife or any of that other kind of stuff that a lot of you that are married have. But I do know that sometimes folks are like, don't you feel that you've missed out on that because, you don't have the wife, you don't have the kids, you don't have all of that. And I'm like, hey, but it wasn't meant to be. Or if it's meant to be, it'll be happening later if that's meant to be. Because there's some folks that it happened to them when they turn 70. So they wind up getting married or wind up having whatever. And if that's to be, it will be. But I do think sometimes folks get too caught up in what they don't have, whether that they don't have the car or they want the because I'm here in the Research Triangle Park, I'm gonna use this example. They want the doctor or the lawyer as their spouse or whatever, because they don't have that, then they feel that they're less than, or they don't have whatever it is that they think that they want. And oftentimes when they get what they think they want, that's not all that is cut out to be. Because I know that I've got some friends that are actually in the entertainment industry and things of that nature. And some of those folks that they thought that they wanted, if they got them, then they found out they had just as many issues, if not more issues, than some of the other folks did. David shaking his head because he can relate, because I know he knows some entertainers too. So David knows some of these folks, and he knows that some of them have got some serious issues where they've got to deal with.
Mark, may I tell you something? You are where you're supposed to be. You are where you're supposed to be, and you are what you're supposed to do. And you are what people are like. So,
exactly.
You are now in the right time, in the right people, and doing the right thing.
I have a phrase that I use for me, and I say that it's pointless for me to wish for what I don't have, right? And it's useful for me to be grateful for what I do have.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Tish, what is your feelings about? You're saying you're planting seeds, but also there's this component where we have a mindset of wanting what we don't have. Right. So what is your response to that?
I've been reading a lot about the law of attraction recently. And basically, if you focus on what you don't have, then that's what you have. Right? I mean, I always say things so simple like that, but it's true. You don't focus on the lack, you focus on what you have. Exactly. Or what you can do. Like what seed can, just like freedom. Okay, now my children, what am I going to do now? Right? So, okay, I'm going to focus on my next step. What can I do? How can I push my purpose forward, right? And help people versus, oh, they have a bigger house than I do, or they have a car. All that really is superficial. I want to say a cuss word right now.
I know.
Superficial stuff that.
And Kit will beat you. It's okay.
It's not a really bad cuss word. It's just crap. It's just superficial stuff that doesn't really matter. Because what really matters is, I'm going to go to energy transference. Right? That's what really matters. It's the connections that you make, right? It can be in nature. It can be with people. It can be with, like your path, your purpose. That gives you energy that does something to your energy. So it's all about making that connection that's going to help you rise up so you can help others rise up, and then we all rise up together. So that's my thought on that. But there's one other thing I want to touch on, and if I could, I want to go back to the harvest. Okay.
Yeah.
Because
Cool.
you know, my thought on the harvest is it may not be your job to harvest. It may be your job to plant the seed.
Correct.
And that in itself may be your harvest. Right? Because this is a somewhat long story, but an example of what I'm talking about. I love to garden. I'm here in my garden now. And there was a weed that grew between me and my neighbor's house, right? And neither me or my neighbor cut it. You know, I guess we both were like, oh, we're going to get that. We're good. But anyway, the thing now is like 30 foot tall. But let me tell you what that weed does. And this is what's amazing to me. So this weed has grown into this tree, and every year, about April-ish, March, April, May, it creates these little boughs. It doesn't bloom. It doesn't have fancy, you know, fragrance or any of that stuff. But it creates these little boughs. And, you know, at that time of year, all the birds have their fledglings, their juveniles, and they are trying so hard to feed their youngsters. This year, that weed was a lot. I mean, it probably had over 50 birds on it and little baby birds. My point is that tree didn't grow itself for itself. Nature put that tree there. If you want to say God put that tree there, put that weed there to grow, to feed all these birds. So now every year, these birds know where to go. And that's what I think about harvest. It's not always our job to harvest the seeds that we plant. In fact, so many times I think at the right attitude to not even think about the harvest. You think about that seed. You think about how you can make a difference and what you can do for somebody else. And then let it happen.
Thank you. That's so.
Thank you, and I love that attitude.
David has his hand up, Mark.
That's an amazing attitude that you have.
Mark, let's go to David. He's got his finger up.
I think I'm muted. Okay. Yeah, I have to excuse myself. So I wanted to kind of touch base on a couple of things, and I'm sorry I have to excuse myself.
Oh no.
I have multiple interviews all day before my live streaming tonight at 6. So one thing is, Frida, I love NCIS. I love New Orleans. NCIS New Orleans is my favorite. I mean, what's his name? He's the guy from Quantum Leap. He is the man. I love him. He's awesome. And
yes, I love him.
NCIS New Orleans. I'm hooked. I already watched all of them. I'm waiting for new ones.
Yeah, the bad guys always lose, right?
I know, always, every time. Secondly, the question that I was asked earlier about, it took me 2 years. When I was diagnosed the first time in 2004, Friday, August 13th of 2004, I was diagnosed with cancer. That's when my question came up, the why. And then the anger came up, and why me? What did I do? What the heck? You know, I was 29, perfect health. But those 2 years, you were talking about the tragedy, or you're talking about the bad things that happened, and why does it take that? But here's the thing. I always believe we are prepared before the challenge comes. I believe that I would not have survived in 2004, the chemotherapy and the surgery. But I believe that because those 2 years, I built a relationship with God to the degree that I knew God was in control. I had to do my part. I had to believe. I had to do my part. I had to get up. I had to work out. I had to eat. Yes, I had things I had to do, but everything else was on God's side. In other words, so it took 2 years. So when I had the second battle, I already believed that I was going to survive. I didn't have doubts the second battle, which was my worst battle, but it was because I was prepared. So yeah, and I say this to people all the time. Why do you have to go through something so bad to finally wake up? I try to share with my friends and my clients that, listen, I want to get you through it so you don't have to suffer. But
That's right.
Sometimes
That's right.
You only, like I believe Frida and Tish said, you only can get there through the suffering.
Yes.
So you understand.
Yes.
You understand.
That was my story.
Yeah, and exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm just I'm confirming everything. Affirming everything you said. The other part of, I was trying to listen to everybody and trying to keep the thoughts. The other part was when it comes to Tish, and she was talking about the you are where you are. Remember that there's people that are married that don't want to be married right now. There's people that are single that want to be married. But you're going to find somebody in every area of your life, every area of the world, that is not happy with where their status, where they are. You're going to find someone, I promise you. I mean, because I did a seminar for everybody, men and women, and I asked how many of you are married? And I said, how many of you wanted to be married? And half of them said yes, and half of them said no.
Oh, wow.
So the thing is that you're going to find that anywhere you are. I've never been married. I don't have kids. Do I want kids? Sure. But I already have a lot of kids. All my friends and family, I have these kids. They love me to death, and they have a foundation for children with cancer. Those are my kids. I have a goddaughter, though, and she's my angel, and she is going to be, I know she's a miracle on this earth. But I would say this, like, of course I want to be married. I've been engaged. I love being in love. But at the same time, I don't know if I could do what I'm doing right now if I was married. Because God knew that when I love deep. So I will focus so much on my partner the same way I focus on my friends and my clients. I focus so much on them. I want to do so much for them. I'll forget about me. So, Mark, I'm just saying that because sometimes we're in this trajectory of life. We're meant to do it alone. And now I promise you, though, if we're not meant to be alone in this world. So I believe, I hope so, be married. And who knows if I have a kid? I don't know. But I will say this, that I know for some reason, like Tish said, right now I am exactly where I am. But in this group, I think this goes for all of us. But many of these people, they don't know their purpose, so they're not where they need to be.
Right.
That's the difference. That's the difference. And I'll leave it at that. And I just want to say that all of you are exactly what my message is. I try to tell people, find hope, have faith, and live with purpose. You guys are doing exactly that. You're giving people hope so they can have faith, and hopefully they can reveal their purpose. Thank you guys for having me on this show. Love
what a
you,
blessing to meet you. What a blessing.
Pleasure to meet you, David. Hope to stay in touch with you, David. You were truly amazing. So I definitely just wanted to thank you for being on the show. You were truly amazing, and I appreciate you joining Tish and everybody else here, because your message is just a very powerful message that should be shared. I agree with you about faith. I think that faith is so important. I know that that's definitely what Tish is about, as well as Frida. I do sometimes think that we get too caught up in the confines of what faith means, because to me, faith is a belief in God and a higher power, and not necessarily the big institutions, which is what we sometimes get too caught up in and everything. But I think that once we get past that and understand that there is something that's got a mission for us and definitely is helping us guide our purpose, then that's where faith is a really important thing. But I think that too often we get too caught up in the rest of faith and the faith conversation. But I'm one that thinks that
your presence today, David.
To watch David's celebration tonight. What time is it, David?
6 p.m. Eastern time. I want to be streaming on Facebook. I'll be streaming on IBM TV, YouTube, and the goal is just to share a reflection of my life for 13 years of gratitude to a lot of people that I would have never met. And I just want to share a little bit of a journey so people can understand that it's on the other side of that challenge that the blessing is waiting for you.
You have a little broadcast issue, but and Tish's. It might be me.
Happy birthday, and I know.
Happy birthday to you. I think Tish had something that she wanted to say as well. Just really quickly, and go like this very quickly and everything. It was geared toward David. David, my good friend Mona, who was on my show and just has her own program. I'm trying to get her into the IBM family, but she's a comedian, and she had another comedian on, and she was also going through that faith. I mean, he was also going on that faith journey. As it turns out, he thought that he had his wife, and he was in Atlanta, and he wanted to go to LA to do his purpose, and she didn't encourage him. So he basically said, I have to leave you, and went to LA to pursue his career. And because he realized that he didn't have that support, he is now hooked up, and he is very much of a confessed Christian and everything like that. He's now married, but he's married to a Muslim sister from Eritrea.
Wow.
So sometimes that spouse that you get may come from someplace that you're not expecting, but they have a very powerful relationship and a very powerful story. They actually do a couple show on, like, I think it's Facebook or YouTube, where they share their combined story. But it's comedian Ron G is his name, but I learned him yesterday on Mona's show. So definitely, but sometimes, like we've all been saying, the purpose isn't always what we think the purpose is going to be, but we have to be willing to listen and be in tune to find that purpose.
That's right.
David, we'll see you again too. And
Yes, I hope so.
but we're going to watch it tonight, and we'll meet at the Frost again. So,
And Mark, let's turn the show back to Tish, and
Yes, definitely.
let her take charge here, and
Of the
you
last
tell
10
us what we're supposed to talk about.
Well, I think we have been talking about it, right? The whole premise is plant a good seed, right? And what that means to each of us. And, you know, one thing I do want to talk about that we have not really covered is, what does global citizenship mean?
It's an excellent question.
You know, because I believe that's one of the platforms of IBM TV.
Yes.
And I think that we all have an idea, but especially for someone who's lived in multiple countries, I'd love to hear from Frida what she thinks global citizenship. And she's got family in multiple countries that have been locked down with the COVID. So Frida, what does global citizenship mean to you?
Yeah, so it is not so complicated to think about the global citizenship. It's very, very simple. Let me start by telling you what I experienced in my book club. So I had a book club with all my neighbors here in this area. And so we were reading about the Bill Gates' wife, Linda's, have that book. I forgot about the name of the book. But
you can search on her name.
Yeah. And so we read that book and how she initiates the foundation for helping women around the world with vaccination, with birth control, and with water system parts in outer remote of the country. And then we just discussing about that, and one of the lady of our neighbor, they said, I don't like this book. Said, I'm actually angry why she is helping people out there, out in the remote area, and
I get that.
helping in the United States. I'm angry with her.
Yes, I get that too. I get that because my show is Chess Without Borders, and I help people in Uganda, for example, an orphanage in Uganda. That's just one of the places, and I get that a lot.
Yeah.
You know, why are you helping someone in Uganda? There's
and vaccinating people out there, and has nothing to do with us.
Yes.
So I don't know about you, but in my mind, it's that global citizenship. This is what global citizenship all about. We help those people out so that they don't have the disease, and then it doesn't travel around here, right? Just like in the people in the pandemic, it started at Wuhan, right? And what if we can help them? What if they're open up? What if, all those controversial ideas around there, what if we can help people around there so that the disease will not travel here?
Yes.
It is interconnected. It is global. We are all connected. Whether you like it or not, whether you believe it or not, we are interconnected.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
Well, borders are superficial.
They're just lines on a map.
They are. You can't see them in real life. I mean, y'all seen the cartoon with the aliens that come down and then they go back up and they're like, oh, we don't want to be down there. They think they're all different and they think they're all separate and they think they're better than each other.
Yes.
We're all the same race. We're all the same people. You know what I mean? And
all the same. We all the same. I have been in the different
Couldn't agree more.
Yes, I've been in the
That's a very powerful message, and I just want to amplify that as much as I can here in the United States, because I think it's one of our greatest character defects as a nation, is that we think about us first.
Which is so funny because that's not how our country was started. That's what always I'm like, what?
It is. Yeah.
I mean, I'm like, what in the world?
We're a country of immigrants. You know.
Most of us, not all of us, but
yeah. I mean,
yeah, I agree. Yes, you're correct. But
and the other thing, though, is back to, you know, when you have a gift, you share it with people. So if you have a gift and you can share it, like Melinda sharing the water, I mean, to be able to give people fresh water so that they don't have to spend 6 hours getting fresh water.
Correct.
I mean, it's huge. And people don't realize, just like Frida, you said, we're all connected, right? So you lift them up, you're lifting a society up. And then what can we do as then a world society, right?
Right.
It's the whole point.
Even though you create a dent in the world, in the universe, and you matter, and it's very real.
Yes.
Well, we all matter. We all matter.
Yes. We all matter.
Yes, we wouldn't be here.
Matter. Right. So I had a friend, actually my next door neighbor and I were talking one day, and he said, you know, we have all these immigrants. We need to make them work for citizenship. And he turned around to the friend who said that to him, and he asked him, he said, did you have to work for your citizenship? Which is interesting, because as Jim said, we were all immigrants here. And we didn't have to work for our citizenship. Frida did, obviously.
I do.
But
well,
the point
we're glad
is,
that you are.
yeah, and we are glad that you are.
In itself, there is a story behind it. My father was diagnosed with an Alzheimer when I left the country.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. I'm sorry.
It was very hard for me to say goodbye to him.
yes.
But because of the visa that I had with my husband, we cannot leave the country.
Ah.
So in itself, it's a story that, you know, it will take a long time for me to tell the story, but he eventually died beside me, around me. And it was a really touching story that I can tell you, but it was really difficult for all of us. Immigrants are very, very difficult life sometimes, but we strive. We adapt. We adapt.
Yes.
Survive.
Yes. You persevere.
Persevere. That's right.
Yes.
Very much so. It's getting close to 2 o'clock, and you know, I think that we go from 1 to 2. Is that right, Kimberly?
Yeah, but if there's some things that you want to wrap up, because we kind of stormed in on your time, which happens sometimes on IBM TV. We're trying to separate things a little bit
Can't
better.
shut me up.
We're having too much fun learning from each other's experience. Or what I find is, some people call it the bleed over, but the crossover, when you bring 2 other people that happen to be here and another person comes in, you realize, wow, look at all of this energy. And but we crossed in on your hour, so whatever it is you need to do, feel free to do it. We don't have limitations like a lot of networks that make it very difficult for people to wrap up or continue a conversation. If it's a conversation that you feel like can be better continued another day, let's do it. But
it's a simple prayer.
Look, Tish,
It's what I would like to. First, I want to thank Frida, and not just for being here today, but your friendship, your guidance, your light is beautiful, and I'm so grateful you're in my life.
I'm so honored to be your friend.
Oh, and for sharing your story. I want to thank you for that. That
She's so open.
Yeah, that could be the biggest sadness in life, is not to hear other people's stories. So.
Really, that's exactly true. And I want to thank everyone else, Kimberly, and for giving this platform, this vision that you have of everyone I've talked to about global. They're like, yes, 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 this is exactly what people need right now and need to hear. But the last thing, so if you want to close your eyes, please feel free to. If you want to go in prayer, please do. May all beings be free from suffering. May all beings be safe from pain. May all beings find peace together. Namaste.
Beautiful.
That
Thank you so much.
that is very beautiful. May we manifest this in our life this week, right? Live and let live. May we manifest all of this goodness. And thank you so much, Tish, because it takes a big spirit to be able to do something like this and like what Frida did. But I truly believe that when we all join together and keep telling these stories, that we will make a change.
Yes.
We will make a change for other immigrants. Somebody will hear it. Just like we were talking the other day, and we were trying to get. We're still working on it, but get a young man who's been stranded from COVID for 4 months away from his home. Somebody was listening to us, gets on the phone, and says, "Hey, I can help." That's all that matters, right? Is just share the story. Eventually, it grows. Plant that seed. We're going to make changes for the good of people, for the good, because I'm all right. I'm reading my soapbox. I am fed up with all the bad going on. So, and we can't let. This is what I tell people. It's only a few people that create and cause this bad. It's only a few people that make these laws that make no sense, but yet somehow or another, 400 million people put up with it. I never got that.
Herd mentality, I've never understood herd mentality. When you get people separated, like, you can find so much common ground, no matter who they are or what label they're operating under, right? Because we all operate under labels, and then we pick up that identity and then we run with it, right? Drop the labels, be a human being, and find that common ground. But then you get in a big herd, and all of a sudden they're all, it's like, where's your brain?
Right.
I used to work at Carowinds, and it was so funny. Carowinds is, for those people that don't know, it's an amusement park in North Carolina. I love working those type places.
I know Carowinds.
Yeah.
But what they used to tell us, like, part of our training was, as soon as the gate opens, the brains drop. Just be ready. They're just going to run, higgly all over the place. And that's exactly what happens. So you just look at it that way. They're just here to have a good time. This is just joy and delight right here. We're going to have a good time. And, but you don't expect them to hear the words you say, like, keep your hands and arms inside the ride at all. No, we're not hearing that. Yeah, exactly. Keep your hands to yourself. Don't touch your neighbor. I lost my hat. Yeah, did you hear the part about, losing? But so that mentality, Kimberly, you've got it. And that's where I want to plant a good seed to partner with IBM TV to turn that herd to the good stuff.
And you're doing a great job of that. Great show for the first one. And you were just amazing. I've got to give you mad praise. Zach had told me about you and everything. And I remember when I saw you on the Zach show, but definitely you did a great job. Frida, I've got to share your story with a friend of mine because they are actually moving from North Carolina to Los Angeles. Their sister is sick right now. So they're, they're worried about making the move because their sister got sick. But they've already made the commitment to make the move with their 2 daughters. So they're already moving. And part of the reason they're moving is because they're moving to get closer to their older family members because of COVID. So they're actually moving back home because they're originally from Los Angeles. They moved from Los Angeles to North Carolina, and now they're moving back to home because of the elderly population being there. But they have a younger sister here. So they're concerned because the younger sister just recently got sick.
Right.
Well, let's also, we don't want to forget, the reason why we're able to do this are good people like Lynn, who is sponsoring our ability to be able to do this. So, make sure that, like I always say, when I started the journey of closing the gap between poverty and sustainability through inspiring financial literacy, is what I learned is it's not what the money you make, but it's how you manage it, and that's how you spend it.
Yep.
You save it. Go ahead, Lynn.
Spend it, save it,
Invest it.
Okay. I know taxes are number 4. Invest it, and then give forward. and then give forward.
And then give forward. And
Right.
these are in our generation and time, because sometimes things change, right? Through time, laws have to sometimes change. But these are what are important. I always say taxes because nobody taught me about taxes. I am well over 50. I learned about it late, but not late in life, but I learned about it the hard way. And I hear people's stories. Oh my gosh, I had no idea I had to pay taxes. Oh my gosh, I had no idea it would cost so much. I didn't plan it. But paying forward, and that's what Lynn does. If you spend your dollars at the dollar store, you earn dollars. And if you need dollars to get started with, you can contact Ankit or I. We've got money we can give people to spend. If you spend $25 worth, which if anyone shops at the dollar store, you're going to be able to do that. You get free shipping. They have beautiful masks, which the box is in the other room because the family wanted them. But that come, and you get 50 of them. Yeah, you got Simba. Look, see, everybody's got their toys that they get. My toys are in there. There you go. My toys are in there. But all of these wonderful things, and they're one click away on IBM. It's one click away. If you can't think about where to get it, let's see if I can pull it up for you. Here we go. It's on our front page, the big green button, one click away. But what's great about this is Lynn's big heart, and he's going to donate 100% between now and the end of August to our mission. So get out there, shop and save money. They've got 4,300 items of name brands. They got Johnson & Johnson. They got a mask, a collagen mask that I like to use that I pay $25 over the counter. They got it for $4. It's the same mask. And they have a line remover that they sell for $60 on Amazon. And it's $4 plus free shipping. If you buy $25 worth, $4 on the dollar store. They got CBD products and the patches, which I truly believe in. And I'm going to say, before you go out and do the yard work, put the patch on to beat the pain. So don't wait, put it on first. But this is just through practice because I have a rare disease that I treat pain all the time. But the Family Dollar Store is doing very good things. But don't forget to shop there if you need something. It delivers within 2 to 3 days to your doorstep. So you're saving money. You're saving time, which is money. You're saving gas, which is money. And you're getting something cool in the mail, right? If you're lonely, getting something in the mail is pretty cool. Think about it. How that you get bills every day and all of a sudden this package arrives, right?
But most importantly, you're supporting the mission of Money Masters PBS, which is closing the gap between poverty and financial sustainability, providing financial education and financial fitness. And that's why I'm doing this. So that's why it's so important. So please support the store. Please support Money Masters PBS and the mission and become a customer. And when you do, you're going to reap the benefits.
Ankit. Anyway, we're going to say goodbye. We're going to wrap up and get our ambassador on, please. It's a lovely Saturday, spiritual Saturday. What is spiritual Saturday? Don't forget to watch David tonight, and he's celebrating his birthday of life. And also watch Dr. Arthur on this evening.
I know Ankit is bringing up the ambassador. I do have a question for Tish. Tish, who is John Oakley? Because John Oakley said hello and how much he was enjoying your first show. So I'm assuming that he must be a relative of yours of some sort, because he did put out a Facebook message that he really enjoyed your first show and the powerful message that you were given. So who is John Oakley to you?
That's my big brother supporting his little sister.
Oh.
Yeah, that's sweet. So he's a tremendous force. He's also, he'd be really interesting to talk with because he's a change agent.
There you go.
He's a warrior. He has a warrior spirit. It's so funny. We like to paddle, right? We go whitewater rafting. I got to tell this real quick story about him. And there's this, and you know, this, it wasn't class 5, but it was one of those, you know, pretty steep ones.
Yeah.
My personality style, you know, I kind of like a little bit of flat, you know, maybe a couple little waves, and we're just doing good, right? My brother. So they took the pictures. We were like going not quite straight down, but almost straight down. And my face, I'm like, oh my God. And his face, he's like a little kid in a candy store. He's like, and it's just so different. But he's a fascinating. Oh, and his company has got 2 cures for COVID that they're starting to bring to market within the next 3 weeks.
Well, why don't you introduce us to interview him? Because we have doctors. That's what they do. We connect everybody's information together. I don't know if you're aware of that, but we have several shows. We also have investors who have been watching our Monday show. They call in to talk to people about what they're doing. So
John, if you're still listening, you need to get up with
if you're still listening, actually share Ankit's email with him, and Ankit will schedule him in. I'd love to talk to him.
A formal invitation.
He's awesome. And if anybody,
Jim,
I've enjoyed you guys being on the show. So if y'all want to tune in on 1 to 2, I'd love to have you guys every week if you want.
Okay.
Okay.
And also don't forget Sasha is this afternoon, which I have to beam out and go be on the show with him. So anyway, later, guys.
Thank you.
I'll send you a message.
We gotta see her.
Coronavirus से कैसे बचेंगे? Okay, hand होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
Very nice.
So that's a wrap for the day, and it was a beautiful, super spiritual Saturday with all our guests around the world. And we would love to see them again next Saturday. And tomorrow we have Super Sunday, as usual. Amazing show with kids and music all around the world, especially from South Africa. And do join us tomorrow and have a good day. And do tune in at 3 p.m. EST with Chess Star. I think Jim will also be there. But we have a special guest, Michael Ophir, joining us with Sasha. So it's time to wrap up. Have a good day. Take care. And bye-bye.